place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Oh, 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 get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door.
Fuck.
Hi. You know what I completely forgot?
Huh.
Look behind you.
Yay! I don't even have to. As
You
soon
know
as
what?
you said,
Hi,
we've
welcome
done
to
this
Fleeting
enough
Hope.
times.
It's chaos as always. I still need it because I get lost. We have normal announcements.
Yeah, I
but
can
first
take
off,
care while you get it.
hi, I'm DM Zach. Introduce yourselves.
Yay. Yeah, we'll start off with that, I guess. Hi. You all know me. I'm Whitehawk, otherwise known as Gavin. Playing Tome Ata in Campaign 1 and the DM for Campaign .5.
Yes.
Yee. Fun, chaos.
We have a
Shit.
new guest at the table.
We do! You sat down for half of a recap, like one of the first recaps we ever did.
Yes.
So why don't you reintroduce yourself to our wonderful people watching?
My name's Danny, and I'm Kaylin.
Kaylin Balin.
Yes.
In EXC1,
Yes.
who are you in .5?
Lilith.
Last name hasn't been revealed yet.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit to talk about today. We're gonna start with Zach's campaign, talking about what our wonderful players in the Feywild have experienced and done, and some of the details involving that. And then once we're done and we've recapped all that, we'll jump over to my campaign where I'll get to talk to two of my players as well.
Neat.
But as far as the announcements go, thank you for everyone that is on Twitch that is watching. You guys are absolutely amazing. We will have a Q&A towards the end of this stream, so keep your questions till then, and we'll answer anything and everything that you guys got. We'll probably hit on that once more throughout this whole thing.
Yeet.
For those of you on Spotify, thank you for listening, and thank you for keeping track and staying with us. If you missed anything, you guys can go back and re-watch or re-listen to the sessions.
Twitch just got a weird view.
Yeah.
Very. I was gonna let that simmer for a
shaking
second.
my cup. I'm
Yeah.
shaking my cup, I promise.
I was gonna let that simmer for a half a second. As far as normal announcements though, we got the PayPal donation link that cycles through the chat every once in a while, and we also have our things to get me wish list. If you want to help us bring the production of this wonderful campaign and this wonderful setup, make sure you check out both of those. We are affiliate now too, so if you don't feel like checking out either of those links and you just want to give us some subs and you want to help get more outreach to more viewers, feel free. The button's just right down like here somewhere. Right down
Somewhere.
right
It's
down
below
there.
you somewhere.
It's right there somewhere. I'm actually pointing right at it. Perfect.
Yeah. We hit affiliate finally, which is a big announcement. For those of you who weren't here Saturday or Sunday for either of the campaigns.
I had to deal with it first.
Yeah.
That was chaos.
But we're affiliate now. We've got channel point rewards that you guys can take advantage of. We've got subscriptions that you guys can get now. We're working on emotes.
We are.
We're working on other fun stuff as well.
We're gonna hopefully have a big announcement here in a month or so.
We'll see. But now, see, I'm catching myself.
You did it. I was waiting. I wanted to see it.
Now it's snack and drink check. I've got my normal caffeine. What you got?
I also have caffeine.
She got the demon in a cup.
Yeah.
I do.
Demon.
That's what I'm gonna call it from now on. Is demon in a cup for the D&D people.
See.
I've got flavored big girl juice. This is dubbed by the wonderful Zen.
Yep.
Big girl juice.
Yep.
Big girl too.
Yeah.
It's just in a can, not a bottle.
None of us have snacks.
I mean,
you've got your normal.
I got Hershey's.
I don't have snacks because
And
I
this.
haven't gone grow.
Oh, that was actually kind of
That was
smooth.
smooth.
That was smooth. All right.
Okay.
that.
We'll make that Alex's like one of his sound alerts.
Yes.
Because he's already got Logan going, get the fuck off the wall!
Bitch, get off the wall!
Right. Now we'll clip that and make that sound alert from you. Just, I've got this!
I've got this.
Anyways,
I'm clipping it right now.
yeah, we really don't have snacks. The snack king isn't here.
He is asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a sleepy day today.
It's
thoughts
actually-
and good vibes for our wonderful Leviathan.
Yes. But now, god damn it, let us find our fleeting hope. So, this session, at least in EXC1, was session 49. And then as far as the new campaign goes, campaign 0.5,
It was our first one.
it was our very first session.
We'll get to that later.
We'll get to that, but first off, we started this session in the Feywild. The party is in the Feywild. After following Arechi's lead, y'all camped off for another night, and that's where we had ended the previous session. Y'all woke up the next morning and continued on your journey, finding the coast, and then traveling up the coast.
We
So
tried to
then
go into the water.
You did try to go into the waters, and then everyone's like, this is stupid, why are we doing this?
Tomei was the only one like, I thought we were trying to figure out a way.
Right, what's our plan? Okay, y'all's plan is to go touch the water. Cool.
Yes.
I'll wait here with Peaches. And
Right.
just loved on Peaches.
Right, Peaches was just vibing. No, y'all figured out that y'all really didn't have a plan. Then y'all were pestered by some quicklings
Mhm.
while traveling up the coast. One of these quicklings had planted a dark black wood ring on Leviathan. It was then put together that this ring didn't belong to these quicklings. So y'all started to think of how to go about dealing with that. Eventually, y'all ended up camping again for a night. And just as Tomei was going to sleep and Zem was taking final watch,
Literally just.
yeah,
I almost died.
Zem noticed a humanoid individual, beautiful blonde woman, short hair, sitting right outside the dome. Like literally right outside the dome.
A little bit.
Oh, barely. Like
You said there was enough time that by the morning it would only be halfway around the dome.
yeah. Doesn't mean she wasn't sitting right there. She was basically sitting right outside the dome. She saw the dome, which stood out quite a bit. Even though it is a opaque and single color thing, it is still
Yeah, he has a hard time making it. He doesn't know how to match colors.
it's a 20
Leave
foot
Tomei alone.
It's a 20-foot dome that is one solid color that kind of stands out against any surface, which is why Arechi had the idea the next night to camouflage it. But we'll get into that. Y'all awoke to this woman sitting outside the dome. One of y'all ended up poking your head out, essentially.
I actually, from inside the dome, cast sending.
That's what it was.
I cast it sending to just be like, hey, what's going on here?
To which she replied, "You have something of mine." And you all put two and two together immediately.
Tomei immediately looked up and went, ring.
Yep. You all thought it best that Kaylin, being the most fey of the group, should be the one to present it.
The most. And not half drunk while awake.
Right. So Kaylin, you presented it, and leading up to the things that followed that. Okay?
Yeah,
Not with the things that followed that in mind. Leading up to this, what was running through your mind?
Don't panic. Move.
Yeah. What about you, Tomei? What was running through Tomei's mind leading up to this moment?
Leading up to this moment, he was very much like, all right, this is simple. We just give the ring back and we can go our separate ways. We don't make enemies here. We only make friends here. Give the ring back. Be careful with your words. Like, we're here if shit goes south.
All right, speaking of being careful with your words, Kaylin pokes her head out and goes, I believe this belongs to you, and presents her hand forward with the ring in it. And she took that as, yes, it does, and went for your hand.
Yeah.
With a couple good rolls and luck on your side,
Thankfully.
Oh, very much so.
you were able to break your hand and slip out of her grasp.
It was very much one of those moments in like player perspective. As soon as she said what she said, I went, fuck.
Yeah.
I immediately fuck.
I have an excuse.
But you pulled your hand back and like slipped back into the bubble. And she stood there for a moment, shifted back to her normal form, this grotesque, overgrown, mutated hag that Zem recognized as Anna's hag. Y'all dodged a fucking bullet because she just saw a fey person give her her ring back and then slip back into this dome. She's just, you know what? I'm too busy to deal with this, and left.
I'm gonna say, from player's perspective, it was kind of funny. Cause, you know, you went into that so confident, like looking confident at least. You step outside the dome. I believe this is yours. Like super confident. And like I said, as soon as you said what you said, I went.
Yeah.
And Zach over there smiling and doing everything. Everyone's like, did it work? Did it work? And I said, no. I literally went up being like, she didn't specify the ring. I said that under my breath. Was like, she didn't specify the ring. Nope. And fucking Savannah looks at me and goes, why would you say that? And I said, he already knows. This guy knows already.
Yee. So, narrowly escaping that, I'm going to break this down a little bit. But first off, I want to know, what was your first immediate thought the moment she grabbed your hand?
I fucked up. I fucked up.
Oh my god.
Did you have an escape plan? Did you have any plan at that point?
Get away.
How would you do it?
I don't know. I was doing.
You're a ranger.
Don't say
You're
that.
a ranger.
You are a ranger. You're supposed to have plans.
You have, I'm not mistaken, you have freedom of movement as a spell you have access to. That spell is so clutch for things like that.
I don't think I had it prepared.
Probably not. But you had access to it.
Yeah.
That is a super helpful spell to keep on hand. Because if somebody gets grappled, you just cast freedom of movement on them, and they slip right out.
I'm gonna look this up because I don't recognize it.
She's gonna find it in 2 seconds ago.
Right. Tomei, what was going through your mind, or Gavin, what was going through Tomei's mind?
When it grabbed her hand, I think I even said I was ready to cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I think I had Ice Knife at the ready, At that moment that it happened, the ice knife formed.
Yeah.
It was one of those like, and it was there was so much quick action though that like I couldn't do anything about it. But the ice knife had formed, and he was full ready to like, okay, so much for friends. Yeah, but the ice knife forms, and as soon as like Kalen and the hag goes away, it's one of those he just kind of lets it dissipate into the air, like the moisture from the air just evaporate back into it.
Yeah.
But it was very much Tomei got ready.
She let go, you slipped back in, and from that point it was just
I'm going back to sleep.
right, like everyone was like, okay, we need to finish our long rest. Everything wants to kill us. Y'all finished out y'all's long rest. Kaylin, you took some measures to try and fix your hand.
Yeah.
And you did. You woke up, your hand was still like, there was that little tinge of like soreness in it, but it was functional. You could use it. It didn't hurt. It was just sore.
Imagine.
I actually don't have it.
Imagine.
Not in your cleric spells either?
No.
Continue, Gavin, sorry.
Imagine luck wasn't on our side there. And you got ripped fully out of the dome and just in the scraps of this Annis hag.
I have a feeling that Leviathan would have came with me.
But I'm saying it could have happened. It could have seriously happened where she could have honestly just chopped off your arm and left.
I considered for half a second, and this is getting a little bit of DM stuff out of me. I considered
DM stuff is throughout the whole conversation.
Right. I considered for half a second, because how contested those strength checks were, Leviathan was able to pull you back in, but you weren't able to pull your hand back.
Yeah.
So you would have gone back in, but your hand would have stayed out.
Yeah. What would we have done then?
Robert, I need a new hand.
Pinky liner all over
Right. I mean, hey, to be fair, that kind of is a specialty at this point.
Right. Hey, we would have another one of these. Another ranger with a wooden hand.
Right. Well, no, it'd be a metal hand. He would make it out of metal.
Yeah. But just funny, haha.
Yeah.
We'd have another ranger with a
Prosthetic hand.
Like,
Right.
oh my god, that would have been hilarious.
That would have been wild. No, yeah, that was what was running through my head was like, do I rip her fucking hand off?
No. I need the hand.
You thought, like, I could see gears turning during that whole session. I guarantee if you guys go back and, like, either watch the episode on Twitch right now, watch it on YouTube, listen to it on Spotify, you can hear the just dead air after the rolls were made. There is dead air there that's a little, like...
Tense?
A little tense. And I just, like, even me going back and hearing it was like...
No, because the Annis Hag has a attack that it can do called a crushing hug, where essentially the hag pulls you in and crushes you. So in that moment, it was contesting whether or not she was going to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, had it not been so close, had she been the one to be able to pull, you would have been pulled entirely out of the dome. And at that point, Tomei's running out of the dome to drop it so he can throw an ice knife.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah.
Right for the face.
Yeah.
Roll for initiative.
Yep. 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 It would have been that easy.
Do you regret not doing that?
To a degree, yeah. I mean, I want to present more of a challenge for you guys, but ripping a hand off, that is disadvantage on any attack you make with your bow until you get a new hand.
Yeah.
Because how the fuck are you pulling that shit back?
Right. Like grabbing her horn and doing it.
No, that would be so cool.
You wouldn't be able to aim worth shit.
You thought you were having bad rolls before.
That's fair.
You would not
Every
be.
attack is disadvantage.
Yeah.
You roll twice, take the lowest.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So it would have been real rough. But y'all aren't quite ready for something like that yet. Like
DM almost thought we were.
I almost thought, and then I was like, because you probably wouldn't have had the ability to get your hand back until y'all got out of the Feywild.
Yeah.
Until y'all got out of the Feywild and Robert goes, okay, I need to get to work right now.
Yeah, because it's one of those things. There's no workbench. We don't know where the fuck we are. We can't, because we're there for a wretched. We can't just turn around and leave when we're literally in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
You would have been stuck with one hand.
Yeah, I would have been stuck with one hand, bleeding out.
And who knows? We could get into a fight.
Well, and you wouldn't bleed out. There's cure wounds, which would close off the wound. It won't regrow your hand back.
Darn.
But it'll close off the wound.
No, wait. Fuck. Grace has the ring of regeneration.
You would have to attune to it.
Fuck.
And you lost the limb prior to the attunement.
Fair.
Because that was something that
was discovered when Robert had it.
Yeah, Robert had it and was like, wait, could I regrow my arm back?
Yeah.
And I was like, you could try, put it on, and realize that it's only after attunement that you regenerate shit.
Yeah.
Because you can't expect a computer to build something that it doesn't remember.
Fair.
Right?
That's why the water doesn't work on their arms either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird because it's still years.
No. So that one actually is more the individual themselves. That one's more the individuals themselves. Belwyn and Robert at this point identify so much with the prosthetic that they don't see themselves with their arm there generally. So the water doesn't start regrowing their arm. Now, Tomei with his ears, he still thinks he has ears. He still wants his ears. He just doesn't want the point. Which is why they didn't grow quickly to the point. But like Zem and Leviathan Scars, they're both prideful of their looks.
Yeah.
So like their scars are gonna heal because they think they look good. Their scars go away. It's the duality of being confident in your look. Well, and being confident in your look as well. Yeah, everybody in our party has some sort of maim. Like everybody's been maimed to some degree. Except for Kaylin and Aurora.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Like, Zem is self-maim. She literally cuts herself.
To kiss feels.
Right. Leviathan... Battle.
Leviathan battle.
Right. Belwyn... Self-inflicted maim.
He allows his to heal other than arm.
Right. He chose to take his arm off. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay.
Robert, job gone wrong. And then Tomei, self-inflicted maim. Like everybody in our party, when you break it down, has some real fucked up problems. But no, so y'all continued on forward, and there was a lot of RP that was happening, a lot of conversations. There was a lot of RP.
I loved it.
But the first real like chunk of story didn't happen until I can't remember which one came first, but there was Zem talking about her friend,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was Kaylin letting a Reggie walk around. And I can't remember which one of those came first.
I think it was a Reggie first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he was talking with her in that conversation.
I don't think I'm able to tell. Like, I remember you saying that specifically to Zim. Like, I don't think I'm able to say who the fuck he is.
What?
There was a moment when we were talking, like, Arechi was out, and I said, like, what is he? Like, what is his name? And Arechi, I looked to
he's
review,
like, I'm
like,
not at liberty to disclose that information.
yeah, literally, that's what she said. So that's how I remember that it was Arechi first, and then the conversation was.
Yeah.
I just love, and I want to hit on like the RP for a moment, the RP that happened. Yeah. I love how me and Sav specifically can bounce RP off each other, and it's a whole improv scene of there is no. So like when I pull shit out of my ass about just wait till you see what Jessica does. Like, just pull all the improv and shit out of our ass, and then she goes with it and says Sophie's her favorite, and I was just like, yes.
Y'all, the two of you need to come up with a name of this book.
Right, that we do. I need to talk with her.
The name of the series.
Because there's 2 books. I made it canon. There's a 5-book series, and he only has 3 of them.
Yep. So we need to know what the name of this series is, and I need to know what each book's title is. So that 4 and 5 can be somewhere out in the world. Because there's still one place.
I don't know what. It's just gonna. Never mind.
There's still one place in Westrun that Tomei hasn't taken anyone to. That is one of his favorite stores.
The bookstore?
I can't remember.
It's a very specific named bookstore.
Oh yeah! Yeah! I remember now. Yeah! Nobody's been there yet.
Yeah, nobody's been there yet, so that'll be fun.
I totally forgot about that store.
It's where he got the first 3.
Yep.
Is it where we got our books?
No, you guys went to some ramshackle thing.
Yeah, y'all went to a different.
We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that later.
But yeah, no, the RP between Zem and Tomei was like that was full improv between the two of them, and I was here for it.
Oh yeah, there was nothing discussed prior. There was nothing going on. The only RP that I had to go off of for that, and the only knowledge of anything I had to go off of, was that she was reading this book. We had never discussed what this was other than it was smut. But what kind of smut? And this is kind of where I was going to go with the name of it. It kind of low-key plays into a 50 Shades of Grey kind of style. Because that's like the only real-world application of smut that I know of. I know of.
I actually know a series that's a lot better than 50.
Listen.
Anyways.
That I know of. So that's what I went off of. Was not necessarily the same kind of like, oh, she's a bitch, he's a bitch, blah, 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 love triangle. No. I just pulled shit out of my ass.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm curious what this love triangle consists of. Like, I have a concept that maybe the book is like you, but with less, serial killers. It's just these normal fucking people. Like, one of them's just a carpenter, one of them's just a tailor, and one of them's a fucking seamstress. Like, that's it. They're just normal fucking people.
Me and Savannah will talk.
Yeah. But no, so y'all had y'all's RP, and then there was, God damn it, I had something and you kept running everyone over. Yep, dead air in this moment.
Yeah, you're trying to get there.
I'm trying to recall information.
Richie was out. Things with Bone Daddy. I did sending.
There was Aurora.
Okay.
With her branches growing.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. I just was listening to random things.
Right. There was Aurora with her branches growing. That was something that was kind of glossed over.
I tried not to, but...
Right, like...
At the same time...
Like, it seems like when the stuff comes up with Aurora, Grace goes, huh, that's weird. Anyways.
Right? It's like, okay, I guess we're continuing with what we weren't doing.
It's just, huh, interesting. Anyways, so what's up with y'all? Like, she doesn't want to face the truth of her own shit. And it's like, okay, cool. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna make it come to light in the most inconvenient moment. That's what I'm gonna do. In all honesty, had she not used tree stride, she would have been the one to get attacked by the hag first.
Yeah. I knew what she was doing because at one point I happened to like glance over just at what she was doing because she was sitting there scrolling and shit for a minute, and she's reading something. Well, she happened to do this at just the right moment of me looking over, and I saw a tree stride, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. She has it prepared. Like that's awesome." And at the moment I thought that, she goes, "I want to do something." And I looked at her and was like, "Hold on, you're gonna want to wait. Trust me, you're gonna want to wait." And she's like, "Okay."
And then you made sure to put out that note of like, by the way, there's a tree in the dome. I made sure there's a tree in the dome.
Well, and I did that the other nights. I made a note of that other session as well before I even knew she had that spell. That I put half of a tree in because I have two people that I believe loves to lean on trees.
Nah, I got peaches.
I was gonna say
she has peaches now, but wild children. Tomei's kind of one of the stigmatism people.
Stigmatism people?
Like whatever it's called. Like I don't know. I fucking
Tism?
words. What?
You talking about tism?
Stereotype, sorry. That's the word. Like wild child loves trees. Cool. Here's a tree.
Fuck him.
Workbench. You guys don't like being out here. You'd rather be in a shop sweating.
Which is why you want that spell.
Yeah.
Because I know both of their rooms either will each include one, or there will be an entire separate area that is just for them. Just like there will probably be an entire separate area that's for her and Aurora to just have something that they're comfortable being in.
Don't worry about it. For anybody at home.
Future stuff.
Yeah, for anyone at home that knows what we're talking about, good on you. Don't spoil it.
Future stuff. You won't see it for a minute.
A minute. A fat minute. Especially with the progression level that we're leveling up. Oh, God. I've been level 10 for way too long.
There is also the possibility that because how narrative's progressing as well with those things, Jackson might be back, Tomei might be going away, or Jackson's back and Tomei is still sticking around. We'll see. That's still a thing we need to talk about.
I was going to talk to you about that when she walked through the door and you were all like, "Oh, Danny's home." And I was like, "Okay, hey, do you want to go see if anyone else is going to join it?" Yeah, I guess. I was going to take that moment, but...
We were already pretty late. Danny had just gotten home. Opportunity arose. Needed to take advantage of it, but I still need to get all that shit pulled up, so...
But yeah, I have ideas.
But, that's still a thing that could happen, is Tomei goes away and Jackson comes back, and then by the time Tomei is at the point that he could do that thing, he's just out doing his own thing.
Yeah, could be. Who knows?
Who knows?
Depends.
Yeah. And then it comes down to, well, fuck.
Oh, well, fuck.
Right.
Now what do we do?
Right, now what's the play?
Just be thankful you guys have a dome in the Feywild.
Right. Y'all have some sort of protection from shit.
Some sort.
And then you got people like Leviathan, who is like, I'm going to feed the grass bones.
Like, why?
Which that, y'all don't realize, since y'all have stepped foot in the Feywild, I am constantly rolling a die. Constantly. For things to happen, things to not happen. Because it's chaos. Things could happen at any fucking moment.
I love that I played into Leviathan. Like, I mean, people pop plants all the time. Can we just ask and see if it wouldn't want to go on an adventure with us? I mean, he's sitting there kind of like trying to still play nice because he feels like... Tomei still feels like Leviathan's ready to kill him at any moment. So he's still like, just give the man the fucking grass. I don't want to die today.
You know, I'm loving how the dynamic is starting to play out more with the party. Because like I was telling you before these cameras turned on, the type of story that I have settled on, that I feel like y'all are all trying to play, is the Misfit Hero story.
Yes.
people don't think we're heroes until we show what the fuck we got.
Right. Like people think of y'all as like they underestimate you. You know, you're a bunch of mismatched, multicolored, random people
That argue with each other
that
from time to
argue
time.
at each other, that fight with each other.
With Aurora in the
But-
corner, just smoking
Right.
away.
Like
Yeah. She just
Y'all-
enjoys with popcorn.
yeah, y'all are all this like ragtag group of people that everybody thinks these people aren't gonna save us. These people are probably gonna hightail it whenever shit gets real bad, right? And then shit gets real bad, and y'all go, "Fuck, okay, hey, can we finish this later? We got work to do." And they're all like, "Okay, hold on, what?"
Yeah, you have Leviathan all of a sudden, now Voidwalker.
The
or what-
void stare.
Void
yeah.
Stare, fucking Kalen locks an arrow in, Robert powers up his arm, Tomei pulls a book of infinite pages out,
Right.
like everyone just fucking gears up for half a second and goes,
Yeah,
hold up!
the party goes from like yelling at each other to moment of ASMR adventuring party, where you hear pages flip in a book, you hear a smoke or a pipe start burning a little more intensely, you hear an arm start. Like,
By the way, the mic doesn't pick that up.
does it not?
No, I've been meaning to tell you that for the last like
Damn.
five different things, like session and recaps. The mic doesn't pick up you doing that.
Damn. It's a good sound too. Like,
It's a good, like you
sound.
do great with it, but it just doesn't come across to the
It's all right.
listeners and viewers.
One day y'all will experience some of my sound effects that the microphone doesn't pick up. I know it doesn't pick up any of my bass tones.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. Like the low rumbles that you do and stuff.
Right. I try my best to add enough fluctuation for like when Shadow's responding, with the panther like sounds. I do.
That gets picked up.
Yeah, but like if I were to just do a growl from Peaches, just a deeper growl, the microphone most likely won't pick it up.
What time is it? I'll check. 40? Got it.
We'll see.
We'll see.
That one was a little higher than I normally would do for Peaches, but I'm also
That's okay.
I'm very on the spot.
But good? What the fuck was that all about?
Right, I just got attacked visually,
Oh man.
ocularly. You just attacked me. You assaulted me with your eyes.
DM, one thing that I would like to touch on story element wise is finding out sending can work across planes. So
Yes, that was actually something I'm not too familiar with a lot of the like finer mechanics of spells, but I do know that a lot of spells that are like sending will specify whether or not they work across realities, across planes. Sending was one of them that I was under the impression that it didn't work across planes, that you had to be a specific type of character with like psionics to get it to work across planes.
Yeah.
Mostly because I haven't looked into it myself, and I've been seeing Imogen from Campaign 3 doing it all the time, and she is a aberrant mind sorcerer, so there's like she has a lot of shit that she gets to do with her spells that other people don't. Like her mage hand can appear absolutely invisible. She also has telekinetic powers. So like normal telekinesis, she gets that just at will, versus as a spell, which I believe is like 5th level spell
I think it's a little lower.
or 3rd level. One of the
'Cause I
two,
had
like you had a ring of telekinesis.
Well, no, it's Tomei because Boulder, Stone, such
True.
zero shit.
True. No, that we used catapult. That I flavored with catapult was the use for it, because you weren't able to move it. We can talk about that another time. Anyways, so I wasn't too sure if sending would work across planes. You read the actual thing and was like, Well, there's a 5% chance it doesn't work. Cool. I get to roll a D100. And the chance of it not working is if I roll 1 through 5. If I roll a 1 through 5 on a D100. I might end up changing that to just rolling a D20, and on a nat 1 it doesn't work.
Okay.
Because that's a 5% chance.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk about player perspective and how I RP'd into that. Because I just proud of myself there. I sat down because I was really thinking of like, how can Tomei do this? Can I do this? Can I do that?
Right.
And instead of asking, it was the night before the Anna's Hag stuff.
Yeah.
It was that night that Tomei was sitting there, and I said, Tomei's gonna sit down and pull out his book, and 1, just kind of look through it, and 2, start working on a new spell. And he did both.
Yeah.
And I played into he was looking through his spells and noticed I could do this across planes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna try this. And so that's when I said I was gonna go ahead and cast Sending to the Sarah Lee just to see if it worked. Sure enough, it did.
Yeah. No, and then you got a response back with essentially a timestamp of how long it's been on the other side.
Which that's one thing he was hoping for was like, okay, is my internal, like, can I get a timestamp? Is my internal clock good? Like, what's going on? Is everything okay?
Which I want to ask, because we never played into it, and we've had a discussion before. Did that throw him the fuck off? Because he was trying to get a sense of time in the Feywild, but was scared that his normal clock was going to be thrown off. That kind of plays into that.
Yeah. And I played into it. I feel like I played into it very, very well. I played into that he was shocked for half a second. And it did throw him off for a minute. But then, as he was looking at his sheet, he realized instead of keeping track for what the day is out there, I'm keeping track to make sure everyone is okay.
Yeah.
And so instead, he still relies on the clock that he's been going off of. Yeah. So that he could ground himself to be able to like, okay, we need to sleep so that we can continue tomorrow.
Yeah. No, and I love that you've essentially become like, not in a bad way, but you've become the like AI assistant on your phone.
Yep.
Where it's like reminders. Like, hey, you need to take your medicine.
Yep.
Hey, don't forget to drink water.
Can I take my breath?
Hey, did you? Uh-oh.
I think I did.
I mean, you're in a great... You seem awake, and you seem good.
Hold on, look at me. Look at me. I don't know, your pupils look dilated.
That's also the demon in a can.
Well, she's also looking towards the light. And the pupils should be smaller. Anyways, she got full on crackhead eye.
No, so I played into that where he took like a couple minutes, kind of shook it off, was like, okay, I'm just gonna stick with what I was doing still, because now he's testing. It's been 2-3 days. It's been 3 days by the point he sent this message, and it's been 2 weeks in the real world. So now he's saying, is it every 3 days? It's 2 weeks, and like he's gonna start
trying
playing.
To break it down.
He's trying to break down how different is time.
He's trying to figure out what the flow is.
Yep. He really is.
I like that.
So now he's just breaking it down. And so when he found out he could do that, he kind of overheard Zim talking about, I wish I could tell everyone or get some more information or blah, blah, blah. She said something that coined Tomei being like, well, do you want me to send a message? That was some fun, like, RP. She was like, I can't tell you, blah, blah. And you were playing into it where in her contract, it didn't say that, like, names, but she could describe what they looked like.
No, it was...
or something. You said something.
No, it was... There was nothing in your contract that said you couldn't say his name. That's all it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she told y'all his name, but didn't tell y'all anything else about them.
I don't remember the name. Because at the point you got done saying that, and she was getting ready to speak, and I spoke up as Tomei, being like, even if it's not your boss, what about a colleague that could get information to your boss, or like somebody that you know that's not scared to let people know who they are? And then immediately, Melody.
Yeah. Well, she also probably forgets that she has a sending stone, so she could have done the same thing Belwyn did. She has a sending stone that is a direct line of communication. I think she just forgot about it, which, not a problem. She's managing a lot, especially now that she has two characters. She has her new character stuff, which is chaos embodied, and then this character where it's just she's at a much higher level. She's at a much higher level with a lot more features and things like that to manage.
And she's not used to playing at this high level.
Right. So.
Well, we're only at 10 too, so I mean, ooh.
Yeah. Her forgetting about it, it's gonna happen. Yeah. There's no problem with that. But
still RP'd it very, very well. Told Zim, write a message so I don't fuck up any words. Right. She did. Whole thing was great. And then we had a viewer do the NPC joke.
And I missed it with 2 NPCs.
Missed it with 2. Missed it with Sarah Lee, because that was the first NPC that we interacted with.
Missed it with Alphen.
Missed it with Alphen, because he did that.
I technically could have done it with Arechi.
You could have, because he's an NPC. So you could have also done it with the Annis Hag.
She wasn't in a joking mood.
Yeah, no.
No, having it be Melody, though, was probably the best bet there.
Yeah.
Because, like, now we're going to start breaking down some stuff that kind of got skimmed over.
Yeah.
You had Arechi, who, he's scrambled right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's all over the place. So, getting a joke out of him, I mean, it could happen. He's a jokester. Yeah, he's a trickster. He's a jokester type. But I just missed the opportunity. The Annis Hag was definitely not in the mood to joke around. Mm-hmm. So couldn't have done it there.
He could have made like some side comment.
Right. But then there was Alphen. This is the one that we need to break down a little bit. Because Alphen said, and I quote, "Things are getting weird." And everyone kind of glossed over that.
I had to. I didn't hear him. I didn't hear the message.
It's fair.
And that one didn't say anything.
Right, but it was kind of glossed over. And, like, I'm curious if it's ever going to get spilt. Because
it's all up to that player.
I want to know what everyone in the party is going to speculate with that. You know, what does that mean? Mm-hmm. What does he mean by that? Things like that. But that also plays into why there wasn't a joke there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like the character. Like I heard that and was like, and like I even like if you go back and watch the VOD, you can see me kind of like shoot over to Belwyn, the AI Caden.
Yeah.
And I was like,
right, you gonna say it?
He's gonna say something, and he just plays it off. He was just saying this down. It was good to talk to Pops.
Right,
and just fucked off. And I was like,
"Yee." Tomei got a response from his mother saying,
"Sarah Lee."
Well, from Sarah Lee, but with a message from his mother.
Yes.
Saying, "I love you," and I forgot what
it was like. Come home soon. It's been a couple weeks.
Come home safe, something like that.
Normal mother shit.
Right. But no, Melody was the best one to get a opportunity for a joke, and it was the best fucking joke.
It took me a half a second to get it, but oh my god, it was great. I was like, I literally said, you've got what? It was like.
I had 2 words.
Yeah.
No.
It was like 5 words or something.
I still had a good enough of a response that I could have tried to throw in a good joke. But it was the perfect opportunity to just pull out the most anti-joke. Like the most backwards, like this isn't a joke, but it's fucking hilarious nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Melody just, you know what? This would be funny. Knock knock. And then ending the message.
It took me a good like 5 to 10 seconds, me sitting there. Oh, it was great, and it took even everyone else just a little bit
It was a
longer.
layered joke.
It was
a
everyone
layered
else. I
joke.
saw gears turn as soon as I went. Oh, everyone's gears were turning.
Yeah, because it was the. I'm gonna break down this joke because it's got to be explained to those who won't get it. The spell sending, you can get a response. You get a response whenever it's cast. Melody was the one responding to the casting of it. She was aware of this. She knows that you would have to cast another spell to get the response back, like to do the other part of the joke, the who's there.
If I would have had another 3rd level spell slot, I would have done it. Just went. I want to hear the rest. But I didn't have any more spell slots.
Right. But also like it is 100% on par for Melody. That's the joke she makes. Is an anti-joke using the beginning of a normal joke.
Yep.
Just knock knock. Who's there?
Wait, we can't get the response. Fuck!
Yeah, like she knows it would frustrate somebody. That's
And
why it's funny.
Yeah. Tomei just laughed. I get it. That's kind of funny. And then Zen's up there. That bitch. She's gonna get an earful when I get back.
It was great. It was great.
But then, like, it was great. That whole sequence, finding out that he could do that. Tomei now every night is gonna send a message just to like check in.
I forget. Did Tomei let everyone know it's been a couple weeks?
Yeah,
Okay.
because it was in that dazed moment where he was like, "It's apparently been a couple weeks."
What was Kaylin thinking, hearing that the past few days has translated into weeks back home?
Oh fuck.
didn't
That
put
gloss, that
together.
went one ear out the other, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't put that together, did you?
No.
It's been 2 weeks. We've been traveling the Feywild at the end of the session now 4 days.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
It's been 2 weeks in a matter of 4 days. Probably longer because it was 3 days that he realized, oh,
Mm-hmm.
And who knows? Who knows if that spell went through ahead of y'all, behind y'all? Because it's fucking weird. You know, you're in a different place entirely, and a different existence entirely. Transmitting a spell over to your home reality when you know the place that you're in is all wonky. There's still a possibility that y'all make friends with somebody and they give you a tool that allows you to go back to your point in time
Mm-hmm.
as if it didn't pass. And then guess what? None of that's happened.
Yeah.
Like, how much would that fuck with y'all?
No, what?
Tomei sent off that message and everything just to come back and find out, oh, y'all have only been gone for a day or two. That I feel like that would fuck with Tomei so much.
well, because especially I'm reading the spell again. It says like as soon as they can answer instantaneously,
Yeah.
immediately they
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
So like,
But time's fucking weird in the Feywild.
but that's what I'm saying. If they answered immediately, the recognition of the time of me sending that message and them
Mhm.
saying it was 2 weeks, that solidifies a time dilation right there. And at that point, you have the, what is it, the TSA or something like that, TAS or
Mhm.
whatever fucking from Loki, the TV series,
So
coming in like, bitch.
So that's the problem with the time in the Feywild, is time is fucking weird there. There is a possibility, and it's not something that I've concreted. There is a possibility that you could show back up to Exandria, and it's only been a couple days.
Yeah.
There's a possibility you show back up to Exandria, and for y'all it's only been a week, but for Exandria it's been 100 years. Time is fucking weird there, man.
Yeah, I just personally feel like there's some sort of time dilation, like solidification with sending being like, it's been 2 weeks
So
and it's only been 3 days in there. Like, like I just mechanics.
the mechanics of the Feywild is that it is up to random chance how much time has passed. Unless you enlist the help of someone powerful enough to control that. The only people powerful enough to control that in the Feywild are Archfey or more powerful people. And if they're more powerful than an Archfey, then they're demigods or gods. Which even then, Archfey are on par with demigods. Like,
that's given.
right. So, y'all want to go out at the time that Tomei is most familiar with, find somebody who can do that for you. Otherwise, it is up to random fucking chance. And y'all have kind of been explained this already from the Fey Guardian. She explained to y'all that, like, time is weird. If you want a concrete way out, you're gonna have to ask for help from somebody. And in my mind, a lot of y'all have, in my mind, what I imagine a lot of y'all have concreted is Arechi will be able to help y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
That makes sense.
Maybe. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows?
The thought process for at least Tomei there about Arechi's going to be able to figure this out for us, is he's been talked to by Melora. He's talking about champion of Melora at some point. That was in passing. Somebody said that he was a champion of Melora at some point. If he's a champion of Melora, I'm on her good side for the time being.
Neutral.
He thinks we're good now.
You're progressing in a positive direction.
Yeah. We get Arechi his memories or something, whatever, back from here. Right? He realizes some stuff. We kind of have a little thing where it's like, could Melora help? Maybe? I'd owe her one. Whatever she needs. Like, whatever she fucking needs, I'll do it.
This actually poses a question that I haven't had the chance to ask all of the players, but you two are probably the two best to ask straight up. Because y'all understand the kind of answer that I'm looking for. Generally.
Maybe.
Most likely, it depends on the question.
Generally. What is your character's minimum limit that they would have to owe a powerful Fae a favor?
To owe a Fae a favor?
Yeah. What is their, like, this is the minimum
Here.
that I will accept from you to owe you any favor. Because you got to think, when you owe a Fae a favor, that's a lifelong thing until they call on you for it.
Mm-hmm.
Some Fae use that so much so to their advantage that they never call on their people for it, so that they are always in service of that Fae. They keep that idea that, like, if I fuck over this Fae, then they're going to call on the favor, and the favor is going to be something like impale yourself.
Mm.
Right?
I think that would be his thing, is like, one, a written contract as to what the favors can be. Because Tomei's a smart individual. He's not going to just blindly accept vague details.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he'd probably be like, all right, we're going to write this out. And it's going to be legal documentation. Whatever legalities you go through and I go through. And he's going to play into that. He's going to be like, whatever your political standards, legalities are, mine are. And he's going to go through all of that and be like, if you can't abide by that, I'm sorry, but I would have to politely decline.
Oh my god. I love it. I love it. There is a running meme for the Feywild that, like, people who understand the Feywild well enough kind of understand this meme. What is the one thing that Fey are afraid of? Lawyers.
So he pulls out a paper, starts writing a document, thinking, what are you doing? What the fuck? Ah!
Well, that you and I need to talk after we're done with this then, because that changes a few things that I had in mind.
The least thing I would do?
What is the minimum requirement that your character would have to agree to owing any powerful Fae a favor?
Knowing the information of what a favor for a Fae is.
A favor from a Fae is literally anything.
Yeah.
They
I'll
could-
cook them food. I don't
No,
know.
he's asking you, what does your
No.
character want?
Oh,
Yeah, like-
okay.
Like, okay.
What do you want?
Powerful Fae entity. I'm not going to describe them at all because I want you to use your own imagination for what this entity looks like in your mind.
Yes.
Walks up to you and says, I can bestow a boon upon you at the price of a single favor.
Okay.
What boon are you asking for? What is the minimum boon you are asking for?
Level 7 spell slots.
To give you a better perspective, you essentially just had Hercules walk up to you
Yeah.
and say, hey, I've got divine power
Uh-huh.
that I can bestow a gift upon you.
Okay.
Anything you want.
Anything you want. All it costs you is that you owe me a favor. What is your minimum? What is the lowest you'll take? Are you just gonna be like, I'll take a fucking pint of ale? Or are you looking for, like, ending world hunger? Like, what is your minimum?
My parents back?
I mean, that's
minimum? Is that your minimum, or is that
Yeah.
just, like, that's, okay, I mean...
bare minimum. Parents back.
Bare minimum.
I love that look that he's given. So for anyone on Spotify that doesn't know this, that's a look of, okay then. Didn't realize it was that easy.
No, that's the thing. It's not easy.
It was the look you were getting.
Yeah,
the look
no.
looked like that.
I mean, it is that easy for me to put something together,
Right?
but
I never got to like what he would actually want from it though.
yeah, narratively. Anyways, what would what would his want be? You've
Well-
already put the restriction of, like, there would have to be legalese written up.
Yeah, legalities. Honestly, I don't know. There's not a lot Tomei wants that he can't get himself. Through his mind.
Right.
He wants to be part of the Arcana Pansophical. Hard work, dedication, and get your name out there. I can do that.
Well, from a player's perspective, we know exactly what Tomei would want from an Archfey.
Yeah. I want that, but I could get that. Like,
You could.
I could get that. I just gotta wait.
Yeah.
I got patience is a virtue.
Yeah.
DM.
Yeah.
Patience is a virtue.
But we
And
could
he
always
has a-
start that fucking narrative, damn it.
I know, but hear me out.
I
Hear
know,
me out.
I'm being funny.
Tomei doesn't know about it.
Yeah.
He knows that he can have that. Like, he can have the armor itself.
Mm.
But he doesn't know there's the ability to do what we've talked about. So he wouldn't know that he would want that necessarily.
I wouldn't say he doesn't know, because we did play into he's familiar with warlocks.
Yes, he is familiar with it.
He is familiar with warlocks. He never took any of the classes that were speaking on, Eldritch invocations and how to channel them and properly use them. He never took that class, but he probably knew someone who did.
I'm just playing into that a lot. Like, he's more focused on like what he does and what he can do and the kind of spells he wants to create. But bare minimum is, like I said, there's not a whole lot. Like, as a player, I want that. I want 7th level spell slots and the ability to do that.
Yeah.
That as a player, yes, give me both of those right now. I'll do anything. But Tomei, like, if I actually have to get in the character mindset, Tomei's gonna look at it and go, I can get anything that I want just through hard work, dedication, and my name being out there.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the offer, though.
Yeah. The beauty of it is, though, is that you could just decide. He had heard from a friend at one point that there was an ability to do this one thing. He knows the route to get there is through maybe possibly owing somebody a favor. And then you could tie into that. Like, okay, maybe that's what his minimum is.
Bare minimum, level 12. Bare minimum, level 12, because then I can get the best of both worlds. I'm 1 level closer to my level 7 spell slots, and I get the magic thing. That's the bare minimum, level 12. Me and my friends, level 12.
What the fuck are levels? No.
Don't worry about it. I magically got transported to another plane of existence where there was a man with a bun in his hair. And these weird rocks that had numbers on them.
And they had overly complicated capture devices and...
Yeah, right? Like, I play into that. I had a dream once.
You probably missed out on it, but there's a whole narrative that I like to transport. That I like to transport members of Damaged and Defective into our recap sessions.
Like reality.
Like reality for a moment. And they just have this, like, scarring image of our world.
And it only appears in dreams.
Yep.
And it has yet to come up in a dream for me and Leviathan.
Right.
One of these days.
No, so y'all, that all happened. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's touch on this and then we can move on to talking about our new campaign.
Yeah, of course.
Arechi. And letting him pilot your meat sack around for a while.
Hey, Zachariah.
I don't have a problem with that name. That's what my parents named me after. So.
Okay, but he's a dick.
And the guy sitting in front of us isn't?
Anyways, so.
Anyways.
Having Arechi pilot you around for a while. What was your thoughts on that? Like, what was Kaylin's thoughts on that?
I have a headache now.
Okay, aside from the headache, aside from the obvious, get a little real about it. What was Kaylin thinking? Like, that she had never really experienced that long of it. She had a lot of time up in her own head, which we've never really talked. Like, what is that space like? Was she pouring through her own memories? Was she recalling information? Was she doing anything while he was autopiloting?
Probably just sitting in the woods, like reading or something.
Just up in the Headspace woods?
Yep.
What was she reading? Because you can only read books you've read. Was it one of her, How to Kill Giants or How to Kill Undead books?
Probably the undead one.
Just
Yeah.
brushing back over the knowledge of it.
Just in case.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty smart, actually. To just like pour over your own information when you're just cozied up in your own noggin.
Imagine if Tomei could do that.
Right.
The amount of shit he would remember would be unfathomable.
Imagine if Garen could do that.
Right. Oh my gosh.
But that was it.
Yep.
She wasn't like, oh, I'm happy for him to get a chance to walk around in his home. There wasn't a passing thought of like, oh, I hope he doesn't accidentally throw me off a cliff edge into this water. Like none of that.
I mean, a little.
On a fair note, Danny, the actual person, kind of wasn't all there and was in space for half a
I
second.
was in space
Yeah.
trying not to have a panic attack.
Yeah, but you can think back as to what Kaylin would have been thinking in that moment.
There you go. Better wording on that.
That's fair.
Yeah, what would Kaylin have been thinking? What are the thoughts that would have run through her mind? What are the feelings that she would have had about it?
Being like, man, I really hope we don't get into combat because I'll be thrown back out and be like, what the fuck happened?
She's too distracted by that book.
Right.
Rachie built us a nice little tent.
What
It was great.
was going through Tomei's mind?
Well,
With the Retchie being out and like
being the one that suggested he come and walk for a moment, because that's the whole reason we came here, was for him to get his sea legs. It was through Tomei's head. He's like, I finally have a chance to just have a normal conversation with this being. And he's like, I've never had a conversation with a being outside of an actual human.
right.
Right? Except for Melora, but
Right.
But like he found it very intriguing and very interesting. That's why he kept pestering. That's why he kept pestering Arechi.
Mm.
It's because he's like, I want to know, like, how do you feel right now? How's this? Do you want to join our book club? Read a book for once? Something new other than the knowledge in Kaylin's head.
Right.
Like, it was great. And then especially like being in the dome, here's him talking. Can you hear us? Yes, but you can't hear us. Like, and it was honestly because Arechi was out. And everyone started smoking, Arechi just kind of was out, that Tomei did what he did that night. Which was, I'm going to take a shot. He got what he wanted. And he knew half the party was high.
Mm-hmm.
Off of Aurora's stack.
Mm-hmm.
And decided, you know what, this is for Arechi. Hey, Bowen! Just to make him, what the fuck?
Right.
And it worked. And
So
so he did that because it was a little bit of influence from Arechi.
There was a detail I was trying to get everybody to recognize, but not everybody was paying attention. Technically, y'all shouldn't have been like turned from that. It should have just had the magical effect, because she didn't mix it with her normal stuff. She just used the straight blend.
That is true.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Tomei just played into it because he saw them smoke, didn't know what they were smoking.
right.
But-
You played to the best of your ability there.
Yeah.
But like everyone who did smoke kind of went with the narrative of like, oh, now we're all turned. It's like, okay, hold on. Y'all didn't actually like smoke. Y'all just imbibed in one of her blends that
Just gives you extra shit.
gives you a little magical effect. Which y'all should have been zoop, 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 with y'all's focus and attention, because it was intelligence. Y'all had advantage on intelligence.
Well, and we had two of the players that actually played into that very, very well. Yeah. Leviathan did fantastic, said he's going to start working on his shit. Fucking you described, he's just tearing through notes, like throwing shit down, writing other shit. Like, that was beautiful. He played into that very, very well.
Yeah.
And then Zim with the, oh, shit.
Right. Speed reading the book. It's like, I imagine Zem reading that book. Have y'all ever watched The Flash from the CW?
No.
No,
No.
sadly.
So there's a point in the show where like Barry Allen ends up like gone for a long amount of time, like from reality. Well, he ends up coming back, and he has like so much TV that he's missed, right? Like he's missed the entirety of Game of Thrones, right? So one of his friends, Cisco, essentially created a hyperlapse of all of the TV shows because he experiences time so much differently. Like he can sit there and watch a show at 4x speed and take it in like we would at normal speed.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine them reading that book, speed reading it, is like Barry Allen sitting in front of the TV watching Game of Thrones seasons 1 through 8 within the next hour.
Yeah.
Or Spencer Reed.
Or Spencer Reed, yeah, from Criminal Minds.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Spencer Reed. Fuck that.
Right.
That man. Oh,
That
man
man-
aspires to be that smart.
That man doesn't read. That man opens up a book and takes pictures of the pages with his mind and then reads it later.
Tomei aspires to be that smart.
That's kind of what I imagine Tomei's like, though. Is like I at some point expect Tomei in the midst of being in a battle in some like ancient tomb where there's a few books and scrolls laying around. He's gonna run over, grab one of those scrolls, speed read, close, and back into combat. Like that. I imagine you're gonna be like, can I bonus action just like read a book real quick? And it's like, okay, hold on. It's 6 seconds. You're essentially asking for 2 of the 6 seconds to read a book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got keen mind. Fuck!
You mind.
Yeah. That's what I imagined to come out of Tomei.
Oh, there's a detail we didn't hit.
What was that?
I took a picture of Jim.
You did, Jim!
I took a picture of Jim.
Jim, that was a whole fucking thing. What did y'all think of that?
It was weird.
Well, because it was played off as like player to player over the table. It was played off as, oh, he has an imaginary friend. And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Like, that's kind of a fun little character niche to play into.
Right.
Like, all right, cool. Actual spectral thing. This isn't just an imaginary friend. It starts actually subtitles exactly what it said over his head. Said, yeah, this is a fucking ghost.
Well,
A spectral ghost.
that's something I want to touch on, and I wish he was here to talk about it.
Yeah.
But so Alex as a person is very much one of those people that sees what everybody else has and wants a bit of it.
Wants everything that everyone else has.
A little bit. So he was like, what if I had a ghost in my head or somebody talking to me in my head? I was like, okay, what are you thinking? He was like, well, what if it was Jim? I'm like, are you talking about Jim from your backstory? He's like, yeah, what if it was Jim? What if I just like, I see him and no one else does? Yada, yada, yada. I'm like, so you want your character to have schizophrenia? He's like, kinda, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. How are we gonna make this work? Well, what if it's like a PTSD thing? How so? Well, Leviathan doesn't really remember Jim dying. Got it. Okay, so Jim is just gonna be a specter of your imagination that only you see, you only hear what he says. I'm not gonna be the one to portray him to any, like, degree. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, cool. Fast forward to 2 weeks ago. So if I were to do like minor illusion and encode thoughts, could I like make everyone see Jim and like interact with Jim? And I'm like, man, hold on, yeah, because minor illusion you can have it appear as anything within like a 5-foot space. It just doesn't make sound, and can't like interact with anything. Like you pass your hand through it type thing, right? So you theoretically could just be like, I want to make a minor illusion of somebody I know. Right? So he did. And then encode thoughts for subtitles so that
I
y'all can fucking
encoded thoughts because I was like, wait a minute.
Well, he wanted to get that spell so that he could do that. And I'm just like, okay, so Jim's going to be a real thing the next time we play, probably. The next time we fucking play, he gets the idea but doesn't have the opportunity, but talks about it a little bit at the table. Like, oh yeah, Jim. Yeah, I've got Jim right here next to me. Fast forward to last session. I have minor illusion. You have encode thoughts. Let's fucking do this. And then y'all interacted with Jim. And
You can also talk to mute people now.
Huh?
you can talk to mute people. You can encode their thoughts.
Yeah, I've always been able to.
Yeah, no, like that.
Yeah.
That's how Tomei is so well known throughout Westrun, is because doesn't matter who the fuck you are, I can talk to you.
Yeah.
Fair.
That actually.
Comprehend languages, tongues, encode thoughts. That covers everything right there.
Yeah. It didn't matter what kind of clients came through your mom's doors.
Mm-hmm.
If they wanted a painting done, cool. He could solidify details with them. And it ended up becoming so much easier because it was just, they would tell you what kind of setting and things like that you'd want. You don't have to worry about going to pick up paint. You have a camera now. But no. That getting to meet Jim, that was something that I honestly didn't think would ever really happen.
I know.
Except for like if y'all end up in the astral sea
Mm-hmm.
and I decide to throw a creature at y'all that literally just is a mirror of a creature that you're thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like y'all would have never been able to meet him. And then y'all met him. What did you think, since he stepped away for a second,
Mm-hmm.
what did you think of getting that little bit of story with Leviathan? With seeing the encode thoughts pop up, I'm dead, but he doesn't know it.
I don't know. It's kind of sad because, words.
Yeah, you could take your time to form them. While you're thinking of forming them
Yeah.
in
Hey.
your bag. With getting to meet Jim and everything, once Jim, like the illusion disappeared, y'all still got more subtitles. And there was still more to that. One of them being, and I quote, I'm dead, but he doesn't know that. How did Tomei feel about that?
He was like, so we have a ghost?
What is Tomei's perspective of Leviathan after that?
This poor child. This poor child. Literally. Not even joking, because he said that as like, don't tell him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Tomei couldn't ask what he wanted to. He wanted to be like, so how long have you been dead? What were you about? Like, wanted to kind of ask a couple questions. Because he's like, okay, this is real. Right.
He just saw what I
Yeah.
was telling you earlier.
Oh. Yeah, but, yes, love, hearts, all over, hearts. But yeah, no, it was very much, and then eventually, I can't ask anything. You poor soul.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Have you put your words together?
Yeah. I'm just like, man, that sucks. But I want to know more. Like, why is this a thing?
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for that to finally play out to some degree. If I'm gonna be real, I feel like a lot of Leviathan's like actual narrative stuff won't really be brought out unless y'all travel to where he's from.
Yeah.
If y'all travel to Tazarum, that whole fucking can of worms opens up.
Yay.
But yeah, I'm excited because like there are a lot of details for each and everyone's story that are out in play now. Right? Like everyone knows that Kaylin's parents aren't around.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point everybody but Zem knows that your father's dead
Mm-hmm.
because of your brother. Your brother said something about he talks to him.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone has an idea about your mother being some sort of powerful mage
Mm-hmm.
because your sister is,
Mm-hmm.
and it apparently is a generational thing. Every generation there's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora has the story of, everyone thinks she's a tree.
She is a tree.
So, like, that detail's out there now. What does that mean? What does that play into? Yada, yada, yada. Tomei with his ears. That's a big thing that, like, no one's asking
No one
about,
asked.
but it's out there. The information is out there enough for people to be curious. That's what I'm getting at, is things that, like, everyone has this little bit of narrative history that's out there that you all have the possibility, once y'all are out of the Feywild, to just go, okay, Kaylin, you and Arechi doing good? Cool.
I want to go pay off this bounty.
Right, or Aurora, what's going on with you? Do we want to figure that out? Zem, do we need to take any time to figure out what's going on with you? Like, do we need to be concerned? Because y'all just found out about the pinky, like, actually found out details about it.
Mm-hmm. It's just been very much, we got to figure out what Arechi is. And now it's one of those things, like, we have two pieces that, one, we've been told, and, like, Tomei knows this, he's been told as well. One piece that's dangerous. And even Tomei is like, we'll wait just a little bit. I need to figure out a couple more spells, maybe? I don't know. And then one that's in another continent. Tomei's already overwhelmed about being in Wildmount.
Right.
Like, I'm in a fucking another continent. What the fuck? So that's going to be like, hold on, before we go to another continent, I want to, like, and that's honestly, I've been considering that as Tomei, and I didn't want to really talk about it because I just wanted to come out in RP, but Tomei kind of wants to, like, pay off Leviathan's bounty. You're wanted? Yeah, I'm wanted by there, then why do you want to go home? I just want to go home.
Right.
All right, I want to make it to where you can go home if you want. So he wants to go to Desaro, pay off the bounty, whether that's I have to buy Leviathan, or I just pay whatever bounty is there.
Sorry.
Yes, we're gonna buy Leviathan.
Well, and here's the thing. If
No, I love that, because, like, that is possibly a thing that might have to happen.
Right? And if I have to buy Leviathan, I'm gonna buy him, get, like, whatever I have to that says that that Leviathan is mine, and then I'm just gonna hand it to him and be like, here, you own yourself now.
You are free.
And like,
Tears.
that's, like, Tomei's formulating that at the same time of, okay, I'm keeping track of time, I've got my own spell I'm working on, I just did this, like, what's going on here? But there's that background that he's like, let's get this off to a better foot than what we've been on.
I feel like with you becoming a DM now and playing Tomei, you probably have the best glimpse of how my brain works on a constant.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
'Cause
great.
Keen Mind is fantastic, but holy shit, does it get overwhelming.
Yeah. If you don't know how to use the feat Keen Mind, don't take it.
Yeah, because it can get overwhelming.
Yeah, which is why
But-
I'm so glad that I have the memory that I do, is because I can remember shit from session 1.
Yeah.
I can remember almost every detail.
Right. But with all that, with session 49 kind of in the books, is there anything y'all want to pour over about session 49 before we move on? Because we've got a whole nother thing we need to cover, and we
I
got to
think-
cover it in 30 minutes.
Well, and I think honestly we can, and this is sidebar, I think we can honestly make Wednesday sessions that I DM longer recap sessions and do like a 2-part thing.
Yeah? Yeah, because I mean, next
Because I'll
Wednesday
edit
we'll
this
only have-
down. I'll probably edit this down and edit out mine, just because mine's a YouTube exclusive
Right.
and Twitch exclusive, obviously, for all
But
you wonderful viewers.
Is there anything from session 49 that needs to be recapped?
I think we hit. I hit a lot of the points that I had and
Mhm.
remembered, especially the picture. The picture of Jim exists
Yeah.
with Leviathan. They have a picture together.
They have a picture together.
I did
Which-
that on purpose.
I feel like Leviathan's gonna end up having that as like a cherished photo that he hangs on to.
Well, and that's kind of the reason I did it. I didn't say I wanted to get just Jim.
Mhm.
I got them both because if this is somebody he thinks of a lot and everything, he might want them together. There you go.
I love the idea that in the future too,
I rolled so
you
well.
do have two now. You do have two now because you have a painting.
Yeah, he has just a normal painting.
Oh no, and he has two of your pictures.
Yeah.
But I think you also have a painting of Jim. I think that was something we discussed very early on.
I think he has the dinner table picture.
Yeah. But
There are
Yeah.
so many of my pictures just floating the fuck around.
I'm excited for in the future when you get that spell
Yeah.
to like the concept of just a nightstand photo
Yeah.
that's right there.
Oh, I know, and I'm gonna play into that because he remembers every photo he's taken.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he knows
What?
every photo
Oh.
he's taken.
Yes. We can talk about that when we're done here if you want. But yeah, I love the
One
idea.
set of level spells, man.
I love the idea that everyone will have a photo somewhere, right? And I love the idea that also that because there are these photos, that means that if everyone's down, we could get everybody to get into cosplay of their characters and take actual photos.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be IRL like examples of these photos.
Yes, I would love that.
Like have a photo of Caden just jumping over in the like background of
That's
a wooden.
money though for the actual cosplay,
Right, the cosplay stuff, yeah.
especially mine. I know one piece of my cosplay that I need is like $300.
Could also just, bust out Photoshop and just take photos and Photoshop the photos.
Nah.
We could.
We could. Anyways. So, that's session 49. Recapped. Let's talk about session 1
Yeah.
of campaign 0.5. If you wouldn't mind, it is
Hi.
your session to recap.
Yeah. So it's my turn to be the one that talks the most.
Yeah, so
I
go
talk
ahead
a lot.
Go ahead and give the brief synopsis of coming into the session.
Okay. So I'm gonna hit on kind of like how we did for the first one, so this will be definitely a little bit longer. But some of the session zeros and like our characters and the players and everything like that. So since I have you at the table right now, I want you to
No, I'm dead now.
I'm dead now. You literally killed me. No, I want you, if you don't mind, to basically just reintroduce your character.
I'm Lilith.
Yes, but Lilith is a fun concept. There's not a lot that's been talked about Lilith. Everyone knows she's a little sneakier.
Yes.
We had some fun moments there that a mission failed.
Yes, and I was so disappointed.
Yes, but I'm excited about your character. Really am. I really am. Your character's gonna be a lot of fun. And Zach, who do you play? Your full name's been introduced into the campaign, and I just love how you intro your name.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, nope, that's the wrong voice.
That's
That is
wrong.
the wrong voice.
That is the way wrong
Hold on.
voice.
Hold on. Excuse me. There we go. All right. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Garantinka. And Garantinka, you won't forget. What can I do for you?
Yeah. Got some pretty great characters. We also have Andreas. We have Keely. And
Elric.
Yes. We have 5 players at my table. We are based in Exandria. Tal'dorei, specifically in the city of Westrun.
About 21 years before
Our current.
the current, what campaign 1 is.
Yeah.
Which is why it's campaign 0.5.
0.5. Yes.
And it'll make sense later.
Yeah. So I based this based off of the Tal'dorei Reborn books, which every event in that book and every character or whatever is based 21 years after the Chroma Crisis. Or Chroma Conclave, sorry.
Somewhere, I think it's like 24 years or something like that, but
21, 24, whatever.
it's 20 some odd years.
Yeah, we solidified it's 21 years after. And that's what we had before session. But we come to Westrun with our wonderful druid, Keeley, walking through the streets. Was just given information about where to go and where to find a job, because that's what he's looking for. He's looking to help some people and just needs to find a job. He needs a little bit of coin.
Right.
Winds up turning a corner, running into Andreas and Garen, which were just talking about some of the stuff they needed to do for the day. Andreas winds up tripping, causing Keeley to be like, "Are you okay?" Having those characters interact.
Garen being immediately invested in this fish person because
A fish person in a city full of humans and elves.
well, and Garen has never traveled to the coast.
Nah.
He's never seen anyone like this. So playing into the character himself, you're very interesting. What makes you tick?
Yeah. So Garen immediately, I was proud there that, you know, people got, okay, cool. A little while later, in the middle of their RP, I walk over to our two other players who are standing off to the side, and I said, at any point, and these are the exact words I said to them. I said, at any point in the middle of this RP, I want you two to walk up and continue your conversation you were having from our session 0. And with that, I just left them. Came, sat back down, and just waited. And sure enough, they interrupted the fuck out of you guys with their conversation.
Yeah, they did. They come walking over to the table, and we're like, "What the? Okay."
Talking about books that they just bought, which we can hit on that a little bit later. But eventually, the whole party meets outside of this tavern. They're all like, "You know what? We all just kind of met. Let's go talk over a drink. You know, you guys are interesting, especially another tiefling."
Well, so from Garen's perspective, it was, oh, okay, there's just a bunch of interesting people in town today. What the fuck? Is everyone going into this tavern? Okay, if everyone's going to, okay, things just got real weird. I'm just gonna go in. And he just, okay, things are just weird. I'm just gonna go get a drink because these people are making me want to drink.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was fun. Everyone kind of had their moment. We had some interactions with NPCs. Everyone got drinks. Garen started working on a couple things.
Garen started negotiating with literally everyone.
Literally everyone. In the middle of this, and we're going to circle back and start bringing down everything, but I'm just getting through the main chunk. In the middle of them having an afternoon, almost into evening conversation, a man comes busting into the bar, looks tattered and just dirty, yelling that there's fires throughout the city. A couple players didn't believe this NPC right out the gate until they saw the look on the other players that knew what was going on.
Wasn't it both of us that were both just like, what the fuck ever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Keeley was part of that as well.
I think Keeley was just lost.
He was in the he rolled like in the middle
Right.
there, so he was one of those, you kind of believe him, you kind of don't, you're neutral about it.
Right, but I feel like he played into the character's perspective of like, he's gonna help.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
So
you run outside after, well, hold on.
yeah, sorry. There was a
Yeah,
lot there.
there's a lot that happens here. A couple of the characters go to run outside. Lilith decides, I'm going to go for it. And she was sent on a mission to steal the most expensive bottle in this tavern. Specifically because, and she found this out through just passively hearing the conversation, he's overcharging for it. He's stealing people's money.
How the fuck did I play into that? So sorry.
No,
I just
you're good.
remembered what Garen did. And
Yeah.
that, like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's overcharging people, and that's why you needed to steal the bottle. Put him down a notch,
Which
right?
makes sense now why you didn't have me make any persuasion checks.
Yeah. But she's like, fuck it, I'm going to go for it. So as everyone's kind of like running up to the window, looking out, trying to see if they can see the smokestacks, see what this guy's talking about, see if he's being real, Lilith climbs up to the rafters real quick when everyone's distracted. Nobody saw her. She gets up there, goes across, realizes she has to tie herself to a post, reach across, grab the bottle, and get back without being noticed. Fortunately, some bad rolls.
Wow.
Bottle gets knocked off, gets broken, all over the ground. You know, you fucked up.
I know.
Gets caught and played it off fantastically. Played it off amazingly. Talking to the bartender. Bartender did it. Was like, are you going to go help? You seem skilled enough being up there. What the fuck are you doing up there in the first place?
Right.
Getting a better view. Okay.
It's like, okay.
You know what?
It worked.
It worked. It was probably the worst, like, backup plan that you could have come up
He
with.
rolled a natural 1 on that insight.
Right.
He rolled a natural 1, so I played into. He was just panicked as to this man running into his bar, but Lilith winds up getting down, catching up with the rest of the crew. Keeley, for some reason, goes through the window instead of through the door like everyone else. Which I was like, okay, you bust through the window. Garen and Andreas come walking out the door, and I saw the player's face there. He goes, oh.
Hey, you know what? I'm fucking here for it.
I am too. It was
As a
great.
DM finally getting to play, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So we get outside, and Garen goes to reach for his hammer.
Fuck!
Who realizes he doesn't have his hammer.
Oh, yeah.
Has to run back to his house. Andreas follows him. The other party goes towards the nearest smokestack that they see, runs into a knoll, which nobody in this side of the group has seen a knoll before. So they had no idea what this creature was. The only person that may have had an idea was Alaric. And even then, didn't even take 2 seconds to go, do I know this creature?
Right.
It just said, I'm gonna fuck it up.
Yeah.
Which plays into the character beautifully. They wind up having a small fight scene, which played out very, very well. There was some spells. There was a great opportunity to show strength there. All around, loved it. Cut to our other two that are running home. They run into 2 gnolls just after grabbing the hammer at the house.
I want to talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
I
was going to circle back, but okay.
Yeah, I loved the because we can touch on it real quick.
Yeah.
It was like 80s action movie scene in my head, right? Garen and Andreas. Garen runs over, checks the coals in the forge. They're still kind of warm. Okay, cool. He was just here probably recently. Busts inside. Dad's right there with the fucking hammer, just like, I already know, bud. I love you, Pops. I'll get him for you.
Yeah, and that's very much. If there's and I'll break that down as DM stuff in a little bit, but we get to you guys fighting the first couple gnolls that you see, and this is all taking place in just the eastern point of the city. This is all happening within that point because that's the closest to where you were.
Yep.
So you guys fight your 2. Beautiful display of strength again. Absolutely amazing. Told one of you 2 to roll a perception check to see if you can see what's going on, see where the next sign of danger is.
Right.
We had a natural 20 roll, which I'll hit into some D and stuff there. You saw the gnolls jumping over the building. You saw a door.
A door.
A door. Just a door. Just a door.
I know the door.
Is it the unbreakable glass?
It's just a door.
The door.
It's a door.
The door.
It's a door. But you chase after the gnoll, wind up with the natural 20, seeing your friends sneaking through an alley, because we cut back to the other group that's like, okay, maybe we should be quiet. Maybe the elemental surprise will help us here. Cast Pass Without a Trace, all roll high, you're good to go for a minute. Andreas, though, with a natural fucking 20, I said at the start, natural 20s, it doesn't care what your pluses are there. It just fucking works. I don't care if you're trying to fuck a dragon and you roll a natural 20, it's happening.
There's a part of that I'm thinking of right now, because like we all see them, right? And I don't see them.
You don't. You're
But-
too like, where the fuck are they?
But Andreas is like, let's just go this way, and I'm like, okay, cool. And of course, Garen doesn't sneak,
Mm-hmm.
so Garen's just charging through this alleyway in 3-inch heels. But I was thinking about it. Had Garen taken a moment to change, it would have been a very different image walking through that alleyway.
Oh, very different.
I'm excited
It
for
would've
the
been-
next session because they'll get an idea of what that image was.
Yeah. So you catch up to your party. Everyone's like, we're going towards this big smokestack that's nearby. You wind up getting close enough to see what's going on. You realize there were 6 gnolls, all scattered in front of this burning building. This whole building was on fire. You saw 3 regular, 2 archer, hunter gnolls, and then a gnoll pack leader, which Garen, being the only one that knew anything about it, was like, these are gnolls. And told the whole party, like, these are gnolls. I know what we're doing here. We just need to... Why are they here?
Right.
Started gears turning there. What the fuck? Fast forward a little bit. We'll break down the combat a little bit later, but wonderful combat sequence.
It was pretty good. I realized how nerfed I was in that fight. Like, I think I was the only one who was, like, significantly nerfed. Because I didn't have any of my shit.
Yeah. Which, we go through the fight. You guys wind up killing the pack leader. Our wonderful Alaric got the kill shot there.
Yes.
Did amazing with... Sav, the player, did absolutely fantastic with describing. I've always wanted to look at somebody in a big fight sequence like this and say, how do you want to do this? And so, as soon as I hear the damage that she does, I immediately was like, this is my moment. This is my moment. So as you bring, I think it was the spear that she had. No, it was her quarterstaff. It was the quarterstaff that she had. I said, as you bring your quarterstaff up ready to swing, how do you want to do this? And everybody, like, it was the moment that I wanted to happen. Everyone was like, yeah!
It was his hammer. And then he did the blow with the he did the hammer first and then the blow with the quarterstaff.
The quarterstaff is what killed him.
Yeah.
Because the hammer did good damage and got him down to literally 2 hit points.
Yeah. And then,
it was like the next hit is going to kill him.
Yeah, and then Sav described it as hit with the hammer to, like, knock him over, and then took the quarterstaff, looked at the ear and went, yeah! And just
right through and pinned it.
Used the quarterstaff as a spear.
Right. He has the strength to do that. Alaric has the strength. They do. But you kill it. One of the hunters starts running away. His pack leader just died. He's getting the fuck out of there. Starts running. The other one gets swallowed by our druid that is a giant toad at this moment. And again, we're going to break all that fucking down.
Garen just
knocks him down, keep him from running. Andreas is chasing after him.
Yep.
At that moment, though, it was after 3 rounds of combat, that this happened. The guards show up. Garen wanted the one alive.
Try to interrogate, but guards didn't know that. They rolled into initiative, rolling a 2 and a 1, which was under everybody. I just played into, okay, they come in, and wherever they roll, they're going into the initiative order that way. Mm-hmm.
They're there. He got his initiative order. Killed him. So you then tell Keely to spit up the other one.
Spit it out.
Toll of the dying, or what was it?
Spare the dying.
Spare the dying, so that you could keep this one alive.
Stabilize
it, right? Was able to get it to a couple hit points after restraining it. Those were very close contested strength rolls. Our one at the feet failed and got kicked onto his butt. It was very much, you both rolled the same number.
Yeah.
And I said, it meets, it beats. I'm going to play into that, though. It is a struggle.
Yeah, and Garen was... I imagine the somewhat nicer shirt that he's wearing just getting filled out with how much he's, like, flexing and everything. Because, like, he's not, like, swole by any means.
No.
But when he has to pull some strength forward, a little bit of that infernal constitution comes out and his arms swell a little bit.
Yeah. You wind up not being able to get anything out of the gnoll because, unfortunately, none of you spoke the language that was being uttered from this gnoll at this moment. Wind up just putting it out of its misery. Guards tell you need to go home and rest. We'll more than likely have somebody contact you in the morning. This is Well, actually, they told you just go home. This is official garden politic business. Garen shows his guild artisan ring.
Is it?
Yeah. Didn't even say anything, just went. And Guard went, ah.
Well, and I was playing off of you because you had pointed at the medallion, the guard's medallion.
The guards wear, yeah.
And I went, I've got one of those too, buddy.
Yeah. And so the guard, apologies. We'll have information to the guild probably tomorrow.
Just send for me instead. Try not to keep them any busier than they are.
Mm-hmm.
Especially after
you gave the name Jarl, which was enough for them to Jarl. Right.
Jarl Tinker.
Yep. They know Jarl more than they know you.
Right. He's made a name for himself.
In the city, yeah. A little bit.
I figure most people look at Garen not as Jarl's son, but as Jarl's apprentice. Like that's all they know him as.
You'll never know until
later.
Right.
But I imagine like what ran through that guard's head whenever he said Jarl was, this is Jarl's apprentice. I recognize the horns now.
Yeah.
Like
so what went through that guard's head there is he goes, Jarl, right? Yep. All right. I do recognize you now. Like we'll get information there.
Yeah. Like low key influence.
Yeah. So you guys then wind up going to bed or going back to the Tinker household. Jarl's already asleep because it was late by the time you got back.
Right.
Jarl's an old man. He goes to bed soon. You guys all got settled down. Keely tore up one of your pillows to make a little bed for himself on the floor when there's a perfectly good bed right next to him.
Oh, and you know what? It was perfectly fine.
It was fine. You made a little trinket for him for flowing water, which was nice.
Yeah.
And everything. Trying to make friends.
Right.
And then sleep caught you all. And that's where we ended. We'll be picking up the next session either in the night or in the morning. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Could be a couple gnolls in the city still. Who knows? No, I'm kidding. But yeah. But that was our session. Mostly combat.
Yeah.
For first session, I just honestly needed a way to get this party together, and I thought that was the best, especially after talking with you a little bit. Because it's no secret that I converse with Zach, our other DM here, a little bit to get ideas and inspiration and make sure that I am mechanically staying on track.
I know your character's entire backstory.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
But here's the thing. Has Garen shown any sign of knowing it?
No.
DMs, man.
I think as far as backstories go, I've pieced yours together the most.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you don't know anything about Keely.
I don't know shit about Keely.
That's one that I'm like, I'm going to keep one person away from him.
I don't know shit about Keely, but you know what? I don't need to know shit about Keely because Jawa himself is also very experienced.
Yeah.
So you don't need any help with piloting any of that narrative.
He's a DM himself too.
Right. Of course I know everything about Garen. I created him. I don't know much about Alric. Like I do know the big notes that were necessary to help put together some narrative stuff.
Yeah.
But outside of that, he's kind of a mixed bag of things. And Andreas, I'm still working out with Alex what has been told between him and Garen. Because they've known each other for the past year.
Yeah.
So
you guys spent a year together.
Yeah, and I know he and I have talked, and he said he's told Garen a good bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know what a lot of those details are.
What can you play off of? What can you not?
Right.
As far as that character goes. And another thing, we talked about how do I get this party together? I threw my original ideas out of like something happening in the tavern, like hopefully you all just go in together, blah, 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 blah. And you said, well, why don't you like have a backup plan or something like that? And then you said you could have like an attack on the city or something, or like something go wrong. And there was a very important narrative piece with Alaric's backstory in Session 0 that kind of fed into a little bit of the idea. And then you said something about something we experienced in Campaign 1. And I took it and ran.
Yeah.
I said, ooh, I've got ideas now. And you said, okay.
Yeah.
You said, all right, I trust you. Like, whatever you want to do. I rolled some dice even sitting right in front of you. And you were even like, what are you doing?
Yeah, no, I essentially painted an entire narrative for you to give you inspiration for what to do. And I can say without a doubt, you as my witness here, he spun it. He took what I gave him and changed details. So, like, I have an idea, but my idea could be entirely wrong.
And it's fun because now I have even more stuff to play off of that I can keep secret because now I have the narrative.
Yep.
But, so let's go back to the very beginning. And I have 2 of my players here. So I can't break down a whole lot, but I can break down enough. What was going through Garen's head when this blue tiefling that he's never met, because obviously you already touched on.
I thought you were black.
No, she's blue. Wearing a lot of black.
Fair enough.
But you already kind of touched on with what you thought of Keeley and everything whenever he walked up. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of this halfling carrying a giant fucking hammer that is 3 times their size and a blue tiefling just talking about books?
The hammer is less of like, it's surprising because of its size, because he's got one too. Garen's got one too. It's more surprising that it is a functional hammer considering it is a rock with a stick stabbed into it.
Yeah, man.
That's where Garen's like,
how does this fucking work?
What? And then with Lilith, I mean, he hasn't seen a lot of his own here in West Run. But he's definitely never seen her. And it's kind of taken him by surprise, especially with, thoughts running through his head of like family and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's surprising to see another tiefling in West Run that he's never seen before traveling around like there's no problem. Like the hood is down and I can see that she has a hood, but she's not putting it up.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's from somewhere where she's a little more accepted. Or she just doesn't care. Either way.
And that's why I asked that very specific detail when she was describing her character. I asked, hood up or hood down?
Yeah. Either way, somebody can help me experiment with something.
Right? Yeah. So then, jumping to Lilith, you're walking and talking. You and Alaric had just bought some books, obviously tailored to your character's likings. You're walking and just having a normal conversation, kind of in the back of your head plotting what you're going to be doing for this.
Mm.
And you just see 3 individuals, another tiefling, which you hadn't noticed throughout the city before, a man in some quite big shiny armor,
which I feel like descriptions of the characters are kind of glossed over. What color is my tiefling to you?
Red.
Yeah, see, no.
So, I feel like we should do a moment where we describe our tieflings to each other.
Go ahead, describe your character in full.
Garen is ashen skinned. Like his skin looks like ash from a campfire if somebody built a campfire directly on top of a bunch of dandelions. It's got this like twinge of yellow to it.
Okay.
Think our wall,
but grayer.
but a little
well,
grayer.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
His horns are bone white.
Okay.
He has these blue steel caps that sit on the tips of his horns. He has
Okay.
a few piercings in.
Okay.
And his clothes are simple. The clothes that you met him in, one is like commoner who spent a little bit of extra copper on the shirt type clothing. And then these matte black leather pants with like mid calf high 3-inch boots. Like 3-inch heeled boots, more or less.
Are they the thick boots or are they a little stiletto? Like,
They're
are they stripper boots or are they work boots?
I forget what the actual heel style is called, but the like half moon.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Base.
Essentially, it's it's about 1.5 from front to back,
Yeah.
2 inches from
Platform.
side to side. Yes, but platform shoes are generally one solid sole. This is still pieced. So the
Well, there's
heel is
also
still
platform
separate.
heels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Platform heels are generally still one solid sole.
Oh, I've seen them with the Gap.
Yeah.
That's how I know them.
But yeah,
But anyways.
more or less that, but a 3-inch fucking heel.
Why?
With a tool belt. He has a tool belt on. And there are a few things hanging from it, like
At the time that you met him.
there's a couple chisels.
Mm-hmm.
There is a crossbow, a light crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
A small little quiver of bolts. He has a spear that he carries with him as well, which I forgot about.
I feel like your Jarl would have taken that too.
Well,
Just been
I imagine the spear was on his bag,
Mhm.
which is
Yeah.
why he didn't use it.
You just had because you had to bargain to be like, I'm at least taking my tool belt.
Right. Oh, and his eyes are like mustard yellow, full sclera. Like
Hair color.
The entire so the entirety of his eyes are like essentially it looks like gold. His eyes kind of look like gold, like a dull gold.
There's no pupil,
No pupil.
no iris.
Weird.
Your eyes are like that.
Yeah, it's just a tiefling trait. It's just a tiefling trait.
Yeah.
And then his hair is, have you ever like, with an older phone, taken a video of a campfire and like everything is like purplish?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of purplish, make it like pinkish, like this pinkish.
Okay.
That's kind of what his hair looks like. Like the glowing pinkish coals of a fire under the ash.
Short,
Okay.
long,
Short,
back, slip to the
Short,
side.
slicked back. It doesn't. It's like maybe an inch or two on top.
Okay.
Think this.
Yeah.
Without the bun.
And then the sides and back are shaved entirely.
Got it.
He also
Your tiefling's red.
He also wears wraps around his arms
Okay.
because
Burns.
he works in a forge. He has a lot of burns.
But you would have seen that going to his home.
Yeah.
No, I thought he was the only one. Oh wait, never mind. End of
You
the
thought
night.
he was the only one what?
Never mind, because I forgot because he went to go get his hammer, and I was like, but I've never been to his house.
You are sleeping at that
you're
point.
literally asleep in that
Yeah.
house right now, Willa.
Yeah.
But yeah. So,
that's Garen. Describe
Okay.
for me. Describe for me, Lilith.
I'm not gonna go that full in detail because
That
I mean, that's kind of the point of what we're doing right now is for you to go
Well,
into that detail.
have you not solidified it?
no. At least
I
facial
told you.
features.
I told you to solidify it before
Fuck
we
you.
started.
I'm still trying to figure out my outfit. Okay.
You know what? Hey, that's fair. That's fair. I am still working out specific details of the outfit y'all are gonna see him in next session.
I could literally pull up session right now. You gave an outfit that you were wearing.
You did.
Well, yeah.
You gave an outfit. outfit.
Well, no, I'm not saying outfit. I'm talking about like
Details of the outfit.
details of like the face, the like well, no, because I did say like corsets and stuff, but
Yeah, you
Okay.
you gave some specifics.
Okay. General rundown. First off, oh, and you know what? I forgot to mention, because the horns is a very specific detail. The curve of them, because it's different for each tiefling.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
His horns come out from the skull here, curl back, and wave up.
Yeah.
And they like the points point towards the sky.
See, I haven't figured out how my horns are going, so.
Well, no, you told me, and I drew that little the swirl spiral.
Oh.
Because we were talking about it yesterday. We were literally talking about it yesterday.
Yeah. That's
And I'm pulling this up now just so that you can remind yourself the descriptors you gave during the session.
But you said she has blue skin. Is it like
yes.
cerulean? Is it like navy? Is it sky blue? Is it light? Is it dark? Is it murky? Is it clear?
Kind of like this blue.
A little darker.
Yeah, a little darker.
I would say
but...
probably closer to something like this.
No, I would say in between these two.
Yeah.
In between these two.
Okay, so like almost a denimish blue.
Yes.
But not with all like the white shit.
Oh, yeah.
Not like actual denim.
Yeah, but the color of denim.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to take a swatch of denim, take a picture of it, and then use the smudge tool. That color.
Yes.
Sure. I would love to like say it's based around something, but I can't because it gives way too much away of her backstory.
Yeah.
And it's very much like, oh.
Yes. Cause
is it like cobalt blue?
You know what? The best example I can give, the character Jay that you made, that color blue, but a little bit lighter.
Okay, so almost Jester.
Almost, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
And are your horns lighter than your skin or darker than your skin?
I honestly, I can't remember what I put them down as.
Because they will generally be a similar coloration to your skin or some other like natural horn color.
Nope, wrong one.
Uncomforting.
Nope.
Right there?
Yep.
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
Scroll. No, sorry. You were right. Go back this way. One more. There it is. Those are all your actual physical descriptors.
Yeah.
You have silver eyes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Full sclera too, no pupil, just like silver?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild. We both have metallic colored eyes.
Oh, there's our ass hood up or hood down.
Yeah. But we both have metallic colored eyes.
Yeah. Okay. But
So
sorry.
you do your thing.
Yeah, I'm
So,
getting there.
I'm
almost there.
I'm trying to help her break down the things that aren't her clothes.
silver hair, it's braided and then goes down like that, right?
Almost like an Elsa braid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's cute.
But
Interesting individuals. If you two would like to describe your characters.
You want me to describe
Here.
the horns?
Hold on.
well,
Hold
no.
on. We've got Danny's descriptor here.
I am a blue tiefling with
Horn.
Horns.
I can't remember what color they were, but I have to not include the D silent, which were horns.
Horns, yes, D&D silent.
But
Yes, we have determined that this means horns.
Put up into a single braid that's just going down.
I locked my fucking tablet.
Good job.
I meant to turn the volume up just a hair.
Oof. No, so silver hair, silver eyes.
Yes.
So are your horns darker colored? I feel like you
Actually,
need to decide on this. now.
Yeah, we'll just make them the same color as my skin.
Cut
Okay.
off, not cut
Yeah.
off, but
Okay. Are
goes
they?
into
This is gonna be very technical.
Uh-huh.
But the growth of them.
Uh-huh.
There's different ways that horns grow, different appearances. Are they
Okay.
smooth? Are they rigid?
So I was actually thinking about this the other day. So kind of like how your ears are, my horns are gonna be like that too, where they're like coming out and up a little, but they're broken off a little. Well, not a little, they're broken off like halfway through.
Okay.
We never talked about this,
Yeah,
and
that
it
would've-
never was in your backstory. We've
I don't
already
care.
written everything that has to do with your character.
Yeah, that is a big like.
You should, if you
have
wanted
to,
that,
you have to have a why as to how that happened.
yeah, you can't just
That's
fuck it.
yeah, that's kind of like a traumatic thing too.
Especially for
That's-
tieflings.
Well, yeah, that would be the equivalent of if I decided to have a creature walk up to Kaylin and break her horns off.
Fair.
Like that's a big thing.
That's. I've got the rest of what you
Okay, then-
described.
Which
Yeah.
I can be 100% real. Might already have a character in the party that has something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah, continue. You're good. You got it.
no, I'm trying to think.
You got it.
a somewhat like long sleeve ruffled top, but it's cut off, not cut off, but like it goes into a dark brown waist corset with black leggings and a black cloak.
Okay, so
Knee-high boots.
Hood up or hood down?
Hood down.
okay, so the image I have then is
I love the knee-high boots.
hold on. I literally have a character in mind that has a very similar like look.
It's not Katniss.
No.
I mean, you kind of go with that now that you mention it.
No, I'm thinking like fantasy genre anime.
Yes.
Fantasy genre anime rogue. Like almost kind of stereotypical, not in a negative way.
Well, yeah, no.
But almost like the stereotypical robe attire for like a female rogue in an anime.
She got curves.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got curves. She fit. I'm looking at your character sheet right now. She fit.
Yeah.
She definitely pulls the outfit off.
So looking at your character, Garen would so horns. This is very
Yes.
important. This
Yes.
is very important for Garen's thought process.
Yes.
So what you had described to me yesterday,
Yes.
and I'm gonna tell you so that you have an idea.
Yeah,
of it,
because I need to know what my characters are talking about.
was the horns come out more or less closer to the temple.
Mm-hmm.
They come out and curl like ram horns. Was the idea that you had told me.
Well, not like too far up.
Yeah, but curl around the ears was the
Yeah.
specification that you had given.
Yeah.
So they come from the temple, come back and curl like to about here.
Yeah, we'll do it to where like
They line up in
Yeah.
a line. If you held
Well-
a ruler to
So
them.
I'm saying they come out here,
well
or are they coming out here?
well like right here.
Okay, so more or less up at the
Yeah.
the corner points of your
Yeah,
skull.
the corner point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They come out, back, hook around, and stop at like the same
Yeah.
lateral point.
Yeah.
Or do they come out?
No.
At all.
No.
No, she doesn't have tusks.
So what I'm seeing in my head right now is out comes around
And stops
Stop.
right there.
and stops here.
Yes.
Oh God, don't ever turn your head too far to the side. Stab, stab, stab.
That's the way she's wanting it to be. So I mean,
Garen
fuck.
immediately thought of a way to cap your horns that would prevent you from stabbing yourself if you tilt your head too far to one side.
Could have played into them, like, instead of stopping right here, they like curled back again.
Or that, or they could do like this.
It's
Like-
whatever you want. This is your character.
You
your
know what?
horns.
Let's do back. So the
So almost Garen's, but instead of pointing to the sky, they point backwards.
yes.
Yeah. So
Point down.
you said yours comes from more of the front.
Mine come from here, like
So hers,
Hellboy.
yeah. So hers comes from the side, comes out and back around the ear, almost like cusping the ear, and then instead of curling around, decides to come down almost to the lobes, and then points back.
So almost like hair swoosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the way I just described it, with like a
Cool.
hair swoosh.
Cool.
That's whoosh.
I need character art.
Right. We need character art. I've started on your tablet,
Mm-hmm.
roughly trying to draw up Garen.
I wish
It's
I had money.
tough.
I would pay Sav to draw little cards like she did for Alaric for all of us if I had fucking money.
Right.
I'll
Donate.
do my own.
Donate so that we can pay Savannah for character art.
Yes, please. Oh, you wonderful people.
Um,
Y'all are amazing, by the way. We love you.
Yes, we love you. So in that case, well, one, there's entirely too much leather. Might consider maybe some hide instead of leather. Leather likes to squeak, hide doesn't.
Well, her pants are cloth.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to run through thought process here.
Yeah.
Well, he's already got the one idea that I've talked to both of y'all about.
The whole
Your-
retractable thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eat.
Um.
Well, no, I wanted your first thoughts of. I just basically wanted.
mhm.
She walks up. What are you thinking? Just, oh,
Right.
this was interesting. Being.
Right. I'm, in all honesty, aside from, oh fuck, another tiefling in Westron, your horns are kind of similar, which he would find intriguing.
We're
But
not related.
your coloration tells him that,
Yeah.
because he's met probably only like 2 other tieflings in his life, and
A
one
yellow
of
one and a
them,
green one. I
yeah,
just came up with that now.
one of them was a little bit closer in relation to him.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, no
Yeah.
relation whatsoever. That one was a little weird.
He was a strange individual too.
Yeah, the yellow one was a little closer in relation, and that has to do with lineage. If you just to hint to possibly go read into that a little bit,
Yee.
and I can show you where. But the green one was just he was weird. He was weird.
Yeah. But initial thoughts out of the way, y'all go into the bar and you're all sitting around this table. You get to meet the waitress, which nobody asked her name. Not a single goddamn person
What,
cared
would
about
I
her
know?
damn name.
Though?
You would have. You would have
Okay.
known who this was. You've been here quite a few times.
Yeah.
You know exactly that this was the wonderful Sophie.
Yeah,
The wonderful and beautiful Sophie.
Garen was too focused on immediately thinking of ways to rip this place off
Right.
because he's an asshole like that.
Right.
How do you play a low charisma? Be an asshole.
But nah, she comes up, winds up taking your guys' orders. Andreas giving way too much money for a fucking drink.
Giving Garen a goddamn fucking aneurysm. Which have you picked up on the type of person Garen is yet?
No.
No?
Well, maybe as we break down the rest of this.
Right.
I loved playing into the fact that she just, like, whatever you paid her with, she just gave us change to Andreas. Andreas then just gives it to Garen, and you're just there like, Okay.
I won't say no.
She comes back with another couple silver. The change she gave back, she only took like 2 silver as a tip.
I need. I'll have to go back, or when you go back to edit, remind me how much there was additional, because I think I only added the 2 copper.
Then I think it was like 3 silver.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly. You'll have to.
Yeah, I'll see it.
Because I got to update his wallet.
Yeah. I'm not editing that one down, by the way. That's all Alex.
Yeah.
Because he edits down for YouTube. I only edit down for Spotify.
Oh, that's fair. He'll be able to remind me.
Yeah. But no, I still have that file saved because it's my first one.
Yeah.
But anyway.
That actually should have been the moment that everyone picked it up. Garen is through and through a penny pincher.
Okay.
He asked for 2 extra glasses, and we never got to what those glasses were for.
He was about to do it.
He literally, I'm so glad I caught you. Literally, like, you were waiting. You had your hands up, which I know the cue of hands up means you're getting ready to cast a spell. And you're just waiting for an opportunity to ask me or tell me you're doing that.
Right. I had the glasses. I had my fingers in them. I was looking at everybody who was having conversations, just ready to cast the spell. Boom.
Yeah, so, well, just real quick, like 5 words. What'd you think of the just time that was spent there, the talking to the bartender, talking to the waitress, just getting a chance to kind of talk to each other for a half a second? Like 5-10 words. Like
5-10 words. You're giving me a lot of things to answer in 5-10 words.
that was more of a hyperbole, whatever the fuck.
I'm gonna give you 5 words for two separate answers. How about that? So 5 words for the first answer is fuck this bartender, enlisting guild.
Fair enough.
For the other answer, each one of these is directed at a specific individual in the room at the moment. Alaric, intriguing. Lilith, intriguing. Keely, intriguing. Andreas, I already know you. And then, who I now have a name for, but Garen doesn't know, Sophie, you poor soul.
Okay, that's one thing I want to ask. The outfit, she told you guys it's the uniform. It's not revealing, it's not scandalous in any way, but it's definitely a spring vibe when it's the middle of winter.
Yeah, which...
What was that, like, immediate thought of when she told you that?
Why?
Well, so Garen heard it's the uniform come from a female, assuming, voice, and eyes shot up to check for modesty. Because if this guy's making her walk around in a fucking 2-piece swimsuit serving drinks in the middle of winter, Garen's using all 3 of his spell slots on that guy specifically.
Yeah. Which I wanted to play into that he is an asshole. The bartender is very, very much an asshole and is stubborn and stuck in his ways.
But he's not a creep.
But it's not a creep, and if this ain't no Twin Peaks going on here, or Hooters, more or less, for people that don't know Twin Peaks.
Right.
This ain't that. This is just, there is a uniform, and it's very spring vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, I was ready to throw hands at that bar owner.
You were. I saw it too. You shot up. You shot to me, and I was like, "Don't you do it." I gave you that look too. Don't do it.
I was ready to throw hands because Garen don't take that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Garen don't take that kind of shit. He understands that, like, people like that are the scum of the fucking earth.
100%.
And he will drop one of them without hesitation. And then when the guards come asking questions, he was defending somebody's honor.
Yeah. And that's great. And that's I kind of wanted to play into that little bit of like, okay, who's going to stand up for this woman right now in this moment? You ask the questions, figured out immediately Garen's kind of, okay, he's gonna stand up. Nobody else spoke up. And I was like, okay, I mean, that makes sense for the kind of characters. I wanted Andreas to say something there about, why are you forced to wear something? You should be able to wear whatever you want, you know.
Right. Your
due
choice.
to his oath.
Yeah, your choice to do as you please.
But obviously, new characters, still learning. I was okay. I was let it slide.
Well, and to single out Andreas on a decision here.
I was gonna single out everybody, but
Yeah, but I can see why his character wouldn't have. Because Garen definitely, or not Garen, sorry, Andreas definitely understands when somebody has a job that they have orders to follow.
and you know what? You make an excellent point there. You make an excellent point.
Coming from his background, not his oath.
You make an excellent point there.
Yeah.
It's something that I did not consider. I would have thought you would have said something along the same lines as to, you should be able to wear whatever the fuck you want, girl. Back up the woman of the restaurant, of the tavern.
Nah, I was too focused on how am I gonna get this bottle.
Yeah. The player herself sitting there. How the fuck am I gonna do this? Now's my chance.
I actually wanted to ask a question about that.
Go for it.
Why didn't you think to ask the guy who very clearly makes shit right in front of you? He showed some of his magic capability.
Because it was my mission.
Okay.
There's a lot of story there that may get revealed next session.
Yeah.
And you might get your answers as to why she didn't
Yeah.
next session.
But like counter argument, not even knowing any of this. Is there anything saying you can't purchase tools?
Is there?
I just told you had to do it. And your boss told you however you need to get it, but you have to be the one to do it.
Think about that.
Your boss told you that. The head honcho.
And think about that.
But now you can for future.
Yeah. I don't know. Somebody might be getting the message in the morning.
No, I know I will be. Like, fuck.
Anyways.
It's okay. Garen's got your back. You just don't know it. He's got your back.
Because I'm tiefling.
You'll
You're a
find
guild.
out.
You're a guild artisan. You're not the only guild in the city.
No.
Just saying. Anyways, there's a lot that I'm gonna play into that.
And there's a lot that Garen still has left out on the table.
Yeah. I'm just more or less saying, like, from a DM's perspective,
Mhm.
yeah, you have power, but so do other people.
Oh, I don't care about
Yeah.
his level of power. Just Garen as a person, man.
Yeah. But moving on from that, man comes busting into the bar, and coming from a DM's perspective, I rolled because I was like, one of two ways this is happening. There is an attack on the city as these guys are talking. Like, it is actively happening.
Yeah.
In the middle of your guys' conversation. And I said, one of two things is going to happen. And you guys can see it, but if you go back and watch stream, you can see the gears turning in my head. I sat there and I was like, one of two things is going to happen. Either a gnoll is going to come in here and rob the place, start taking people, taking things, or a pedestrian is going to walk in here and warn everybody. I said, on a high roll, I'm going to do the pedestrian. On a low roll, it's going to be the gnoll. Best case scenario, worst case scenario. I rolled and rolled a 16. So I said, all right, it's a pedestrian. I just got to find the right moment. Waited. As soon as I think it was Keeley that stopped saying what he was saying to the party, and I saw you get ready to say something, I jumped. It was like, here's the gap. Man comes busting into the bar. Immediately had you all roll insight if you wanted to see if you believed him.
Right.
Garen, Lilith, and Keeley didn't believe a goddamn thing this man said. Which, you guys played into it very, very well. Keeley just kind of, what's going on? Lilith over there,
Right.
Garen laughs, looks at Andreas, who rolled a natural 20 on it, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. And
Yeah.
when you, I don't know if you caught that,
What?
but Garen locked eyes with Andreas, who had gotten a high enough insight roll, and Garen immediately went from oh.
Yeah, I did.
But yeah. You all start running towards the door. Lilith, and I'm going to talk to the player here, so you need to come back.
Fuck, but my cat.
He's going to still be there. You know he is.
I know, but my cat.
Why, at that moment, did you decide that was the moment?
Because everyone's distracted.
Okay, good answer. So, I also am going to ask then, what was going through your head that whole time?
Now's my chance.
You should expect one
word answer. Which
Yeah.
I'm going to touch on that real quick because it's something different in my campaign. Zach, you manage 8 fucking people. I
Yeah.
know. You manage a lot of fucking people, so what you do makes fucking sense. As to perfect example, and I'm not trying to call you out, but you're just the
Yeah, you are.
first example that comes to mind. No, because I'm guilty of it too. I am 100% guilty of the same exact fucking thing.
Probably.
No, I will guarantee.
I don't know what it is yet, so probably.
Yeah. When it comes to RP and you get told something from a message or sending or somebody in your head telling you something, and you need to relay information to somebody, I know I have a problem with it. You have a problem with it. A lot of us have done it where we just go.
Fair.
Instead of relaying.
Instead of saying something.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I only have 5 people here. If you don't say anything to the players, guess what? They don't know anything. I could tell you something in a message, but if you don't say anything and you just gesture to everybody, Garen, you don't know shit. Lilith just gestured at you in a random manner. And I'm going to play into that. But you're going up in these rafters. I immediately had you roll a bunch because there's a lot of things you were doing in that moment. There was a lot of different kinds of things that you needed to make sure you could do. So you get up there. I have you roll an intelligence check to see if you can remember and are smart enough to tie a strong knot. Right? You rolled kind of mid. Like, I don't know how else to say it. You rolled mid. You thought it was good. Strength check to see if you can hold yourself. You rolled pretty good on. It was the sleight of hand to grab.
I got a nat 1.
You rolled a nat 1. What went through your head in that fucking moment?
I'm dead.
You immediately went to death?
Yeah. It's like, fuck, I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. I fucked up.
She went, well, that's it. I'll go and start writing my will. I'm leaving this to this person.
From player's perspective and another DM's perspective, kind of want to jump to this for a half a second.
Sure.
What did you think from like over the table? Like she just fucked up this.
I didn't get a chance to say or do anything, but I wanted to try and like mage hand catch the bottle.
Yeah, unfortunately, you were distracted by what was going on outside.
Well, no, because I was right there watching. I watched it happen. You said that I sat there and watched it happen.
You somewhat did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no,
So,
yeah.
like,
I'm remembering now.
I wanted the opportunity to do something, but like, I kept getting ran the fuck over. I did not get an opportunity to jump in there. And now I see what y'all are talking about, how y'all get ran the fuck over a lot.
Right.
Yeah, no, you got to start giving people time to do things as well.
Yeah. Now you see why whenever I say it or, Sav says it or something, like we got ran over where we couldn't do what we were doing. I tell you all the time, I had an RP bit that I wanted to do.
I see it now more than ever.
Yeah.
Anyways. Yeah, I wanted to mage hand because that's not a artificer thing. That's not a other class thing. That is a innate thing that I can do, kind of like how you innately have thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
So like, I wanted the chance to be able to play into that. Like, you watch his hair dance for a second, and Mage Hand flies out, grabbing the bottle, keeping it from breaking.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know what the fuck she's trying to do, but I'm gonna put this back on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Could have done that, and then guess what? The bottle never would have fallen, and he would have never looked up to see you there. You would have had a second shot to try it again.
Yeah.
DC might have been a little bit higher, but you would have had a second shot to try again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So next time, just for my sake, just literally.
Yeah, I'm gonna be better about doing that.
Yeah, that's
Like,
why
shut
I
up.
do it to you all the time, where I'm like,
Right. I was also internally debating whether or not I should use any other spell. Because, like, another thought was, like, what if I just did catapult to throw the bottle upward?
that'd be a lot of force.
That would be,
That's a lot of force.
but it would be an opportunity for her to try and, like, grab it as it's going up. Well, no, because the moment,
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
the moment it becomes an object being carried, the spell ends.
Yeah. But no, that, I mean, fair
And
enough.
she was tied off, so like if the momentum carried, it'd be a little hop, and then she's back down.
Yeah. Well, she was leaning a little bit, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It would have been fun.
It
It
would've
would have
been
been
fun.
fun to narrate.
Yeah, but I
Get out of my
Jinx.
fucking head.
there was an opportunity as a player where I wanted to try and help you out there.
Mm-hmm.
But
Too much internal conflict, too much running over.
right, didn't happen. From a DM's perspective, you got to get new fucking dice, girl. Stop using the same dice that are fucking you over all the time. Like your big chicken one. I know. It's a big chicken. It's a big die. You
I
want to roll
actually
it.
haven't rolled that one in a while.
Your mini one. Stop fucking rolling that
I
one.
haven't used that one in a while either.
Uh-huh.
Maybe spend some time figuring out which dice like you and which dice don't.
All
Why
of
do you
them
think I
don't
have
like
specific
me.
ones singled out?
Then get new dice.
No offense to you guys. I love you all.
You know what dice set I haven't seen you use?
What?
The one that matches your character's skin color. The one that I got you for Christmas.
I actually haven't seen you use those.
I've seen you roll the
Can you grab
D20 twice.
Can you grab it?
No. Use it in a session, not
Use
in
it
a
in a session.
recap, just sitting here bullshitting.
Yeah, when I want. Fine, I'll look at it later.
Can I see them?
I just told her no, so I'm gonna tell you no too.
You bastard. Fine, I'll get up and get them.
Yeah, you can grab them for yourself if you really want them that bad. But anyways, so y'all run outside. It was funny to me. Garen, you sit there and are like, so I'm gonna pull up my hammer and twist it, and I immediately stopped you and cut you off, which I do feel bad for cutting you off, but I had to because it was important.
Right.
You don't have your hammer. And you looked at me for a half a second. It was literally like half a second. Time's weird with ADHD.
Yeah.
It felt like you looked at me for a long bit and went, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I have my hammer. And I looked at you and you went, fuck!
Yeah.
Yeah. And I said, it's with Dad.
Yeah. Which I had completely forgotten about, which is the beautiful thing about being a player. You completely forget details sometimes.
That your DM remembers.
Right. My immediate thought was, if I can get everyone to go with me, he has a better chance of remembering to grab all of his stuff. And then half the party had already run off, and I'm like, okay. Going back to my place then to get my fucking hammer.
Yeah.
Because had everyone come with him, he would have grabbed his stuff, and had he had his stuff, we would have had more tools, more things to use.
More things. But yeah, so the party split, and this was my first moment as a DM. Party split. I got to bounce between both.
Yep.
Feel like I did decent.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about Lilith's comeback sequence. I'm glad I have two players that went separate ways, like one from each side, so that I can talk about each individually. Lilith, you, Alaric, and Keely ran around a corner, found a knoll. You guys didn't know what the fuck creature this was. What went through your head when you first saw this creature and I described it for you?
What the fuck is that?
You had you roll initiative. You got into it. Keely immediately cast Entangle, which we read the spell description. We went through it all. Found out it does make rough terrain. It is a area effect that causes rough terrain.
Yes.
I love Alaric's turn in initiative and how that played out. So it gave away at that moment that it is Wild Magic Barbarian. So Alaric, having only 30 feet of movement, is 30 feet away from his enemy, can only move 15 feet into it. I saw Sav got upset a little bit, and I was like, you can still rage, and something can happen. And she was like, oh yeah, immediately not as upset. I was like, okay, thank God. Rolled for her wild magic. And it just, I love luck, and I love D&D so much. The random chance that she rolled for him to have the teleport spell happen. And just teleported right next to the enemy. And I said, you still have your action.
Yep.
Got a chance to just boom.
And that was great.
Oh, I just love that random chance that happened.
Combat breakdown. I loved the combat. It was absolutely great. I still feel like a shitty person for the thing that happened with the rage, but I'm gonna put my piece out here real quick as to why that happened. One player asked if they still had something out that has a time limit. You said no. And then another player that has a feature that has a time limit that's even shorter, you said still had theirs. Which was why I immediately was like, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you're making one person stick to the rules and letting the other one break the rules.
And
which is why I said what I said, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Outside of that, I still feel like a shitty person, and I apologize profusely to Savannah.
yeah, and that was, and I take full fault for it. I do, and I did during session too, because I was unfamiliar with mechanics to barbarians and their rage. I was under the assumption as long as you are taking damage or giving damage, you keep your rage.
Right.
And she played it, and we talked about it on break, that Lilith would constantly, like, hitting her, nudging her, keeping her taking damage. Like, she would take, like, 1 point of damage for every couple hits.
Right.
Right? So that she could keep her rage. That's what I was playing on, because that's what I thought. Didn't realize it had a time limit of a minute. That was on me. And to be honest, I don't remember what the other player I kept to spell thing.
It was Andreas with his Shield of Faith.
Yep, because concentration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have a second part of my whole statement.
Yeah.
And this is a DM tip
Yeah.
to another DM. Time in combat is weird.
Yes. Oh my god, yes.
Time moving between combats makes it even weirder.
Hmm.
So keep in mind the moment that initiative is broken, however much time passed in combat, you have to think how many rounds passed. If it was only one round, cool. That combat took 6 seconds IRL time. It was literally stroll up, beat the fuck out of them, and you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
If it takes 2 rounds, 12 seconds, so on and so forth. 10 rounds is a minute. If it lasts 10 rounds, that combat was probably a little too long.
Yeah.
But you got to keep in mind how many rounds passed with the rage active. So then when you go to the next one, if you want them to still have it active, cool. They went from point A to point B in less than a minute.
Yeah. Which again,
Yeah.
it was full my fault. I took full responsibility for I didn't know that it was a minute that the rage lasts. I thought it was the other way around. Which we got that detail out. We kind of all talked about it and said from now on it's the way rules are written.
Yeah.
Which
there's not a problem with that. It just we could probably work something out. You got a guy who can make just about anything.
anyway.
You got a guy who could work something out that could probably make that actually a thing. Which would
Probably.
be dope.
But it's weird. It's weird.
It's weird.
I fucked it up.
But my tip to you is try to remember that when it comes to combat, time slows down. When you're out of combat, time speeds back up.
mm-hmm.
That's the tip.
But anyways, that whole combat sequence, Lilith,
Mm-hmm.
the entangled, your friend teleporting. You didn't know he could do that.
Yeah.
You've only seen this man for literally 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
This man's in love with you, has been plainly stated, which there's a comment that was made later that I'm going to hit on. This man's in love with you because you're just so goddamn beautiful to him.
Mm-hmm.
Just teleported, smacked the shit out of this thing with you standing right there.
Yeah.
Like, give me full breakdown of like how what you thought of this whole thing.
Can I paint a little image of the like thing happening outside perspective? This little man starts running up, vines sprout out everywhere, and he starts slowing down.
Fuck!
Boom! And just teleports.
Fuck it!
Yeah, just fuck! Boom! And then smashes the fuck out of the knoll and looks back at you with a smile on his face. Like, angry as fuck. You can see his blood is boiling, but has just this shit-eating grin on his face.
That's kind of creepy.
But no, like seriously, through this whole combat sequence, I'm not trying to tell you to shut up, but I'm telling you to shut up because I want her to talk. But yeah, give us like the full breakdown from your perspective as the player.
I definitely was like, okay, that's something he can do. That's good to know. And I think I was in the bathroom at this point because I don't really remember much.
I mean, yeah, you did get up to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and that's why I was on the ground.
Yeah, no, you were gone for a fat minute.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
you
yeah.
came back to
Because you guys had rolled a 1 for me, but I had done my thing on D&D Beyond, and I got a 23.
Yeah, and I said you weren't here.
well, that was the problem. It was literally stated that you were just about to be. It was just about to be.
I
your
know,
turn.
but I really had to go to the bathroom.
Just a second longer.
Literally.
All it would have been. It's okay. It's okay. You could have also leaned over to Alex and been like, "Hey, I'm gonna do this on my turn.
Yeah, that's
Can
fair.
you roll for me?"
That
Like,
was the
ask.
second combat, by the way, not the
Right.
first one. I was just asking about the first combat.
This is the we're talking about the first combat. This was the first knoll that y'all fought before y'all met back up with me and
Andreas.
Andreas. That's not where you rolled the nat one. It was the one before that. There was 2 combats.
Yeah.
There was when y'all split off after the tavern.
I can
and
barely
fought.
remember.
I just
Hold on.
described
I'm running.
I
it through.
know.
So there was the combat where y'all ran off from the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
The three of y'all, you, Keely.
You keep messing it up. It's
I-
just canon now.
I want to say Killua. Because the spelling is there, but there's
It's
just missing a lot of letters.
K-I-L-I-S.
I know it's missing a lot of letters in the pronunciation, and
Yeah, it's
it
all
doesn't make sense.
Y'all
It doesn't
fucking
make
lucky.
sense.
We even have Jawa in chat
Right.
laughing his ass off at us.
It doesn't make sense, but I want to say Killua because I love Killua, and the name is way too close in my mind. Anyways, you, Keely, and Alaric.
Mm-hmm.
Alaric, sorry, I'm trying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
They pick difficult names. It's okay.
So the three of y'all left the tavern, got into combat almost immediately,
Mm-hmm.
whereas me and Andreas had ran back to my house
Mm-hmm.
to go get my hammer. That's the combat we're talking about.
Okay.
It was after that y'all went down the alley
Sneaky.
and we ended up like intercepting y'all in the alley, and then we had the second combat
Okay.
to paint a little roadmap of the events.
Yeah. Well,
So
you don't remember that first combat as much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump to you and your first combat encounter. Same situation. Let's break that down.
So immediately there was a threat. He needed to take care of it, so he took care of it. He expended pretty much everything he had in that fight, though, which made him realize maybe he needs to be a little more sparing with it. In all honesty, it's his first like combat, like outside of like having to
Some bandits on the
some
road.
bandits on the road. Like this is his first like serious combat.
Yeah.
So he couldn't just put all of his power into one fight and think it was done and over with, and he learned the lesson the hard way. But
Very much so.
But he was thankful that neither of them got like too hurt. He was able to heal Andreas back up because Andreas got hurt a little bit.
Yeah. There's
Um,
just shitty rolls on the Knowles part for most of it.
to be fair, and I talked with you and Jawa after session about it.
Like, god damn.
The curse of a forever DM as well. The curse of a forever DM finally getting to play. It definitely set in, and I was getting shitty rolled.
I'm gonna hit on that once we get done with the second combat. But yeah, you.
Killua is amazing.
But yeah, no, you guys did pretty decently in that first combat. Yeah, you expended a lot, and I'm sitting there that whole time like, you guys are using a lot right now. And so we get back to the party. Andreas rolled a natural 20 on his perception to just look around and see where the next threat was.
Right.
I said, and I talked with you, this is why you know what it is. I said there is going to be a door in Westrum.
Mm-hmm.
And this door is going to have some secrets and some hidden shit. And the only way any of you are going to see this door is if you roll a natural 20 on perception while in the city.
Yep.
I did not expect it to be the first fucking session that happened.
Well,
More or less in the middle of fucking combat.
and because I feel like I think I'm the only person in the party that knows.
Yeah.
I immediately was like, cool. This is a surprise tool that'll help us later. And so my character went over and was like, I know where this alley is. Cool. And just fucked off from there.
Yeah, because Andreas points out there's a door. Untouched, by the way. Just looks clean, pristine door.
Yeah.
You could go around it and there's just the other side of the door.
Yeah. And Garen goes, intriguing.
I'm gonna come back to this later.
I'll remember this later.
Right? You both fuck off from the door and chase after a knoll that you saw jumping over a building.
Yep.
Wind up catching up with your other party members.
which Garen was completely clueless to until they went, "Oh, hello," and he went, "Oh, fuck, okay."
That's
did you
why
guys come
Andreas was
from?
going this way.
Yeah, where did you? Okay, I guess this is okay. He was so confused. Everything was confusing him. Like his mind was buzzing so much because like the first thought that he had whenever we encountered that second group, because I imagine that's where we're moving to. The first thought he had was, this isn't, there's something wrong here. And that's, I had talked to you above table after the session about like, he had an idea that there was something wrong here and wanted to start looking into it, just never got the opportunity to, or it was just terrible fucking rolls. Like whenever he was trying to ascertain if there was something more to this knoll that we had pinned down than the eye was seeing.
And DM notes, DM perspective. Yeah, you could have gleaned more.
Shitty fucking rolls.
Just shitty rolls, unfortunately. And I honestly, there was a moment you and Andreas both rolled together to ascertain something. There was something you guys were both rolling for that I was like, you can both roll or one of you with advantage. You guys said, we're going to do it separate. I said, all right, go for it. And you both rolled natural ones. You both rolled a natural 1. I felt so bad, I gave you coins.
Yep.
I gave you both a gold, which didn't touch on that when we started this conversation. I have coins. Golds are worth a +5 to any roll. Silver +3, bronze +1, but you have to cash it in before you roll.
Yep.
I felt so bad I gave them each a gold. And it was just like, that's fucking shitty. And you could see it on my face. I wanted to tell you guys so bad.
Well, and not only was it, we both rolled fucking nat 1s. I had just rolled a nat 1 right before that, too.
Yep.
It was literally back to fucking back. Which...
I can send you the link for the specific ones that I have. If
Fair.
you want.
We could also probably look into something to integrate.
We could, but...
For a visual cue for everyone.
Yeah.
That isn't here, at least.
Button.
Yeah. Anyways, I had just thought about this, too. Had I had my alchemical supplies, I probably could have, on the spot, grabbed a little, like, fluid sample or something, and, like, maybe taken a second to see if there was something that wasn't quite, visual. Something a little more than meets the eye type situation.
Yeah, and there was a lot. Like, you could have, with better rolls, unfortunately, you having your full set of gear, like everything, you could have probably broken a lot of my prep. But...
I couldn't, because you nerfed me. And you know what? I'm here for it. I ain't mad about it. That was fantastic, in my opinion.
Yeah, and who knows? You might glean something come the next morning. You might not get anything for another couple weeks. Depends on what the guards can do.
Nonetheless, all my character knows now is that he has time and needs money. More money.
He
needs a lot more money. He just met a bunch of individuals that the only way that he knows how to make friends is to make shit for them. He needs money and time.
Well, you have a party now.
Yep.
You know what? We'll get to that in here in a second.
Yeah.
We'll save that.
Right.
That's a secret tool we can use later.
That's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
So we get into the main combat, like the biggest combat here. You're all in an alley. They don't notice you. I even rolled for the gnolls to see if they would notice you. None of them rolled high enough to get past any of the sneak. Even fucking the 2-3 that weren't sneaking, they still didn't see because their perceptions, I rolled 1s and like 3s.
Yep.
And I was like, they're too distracted with what the fuck's going on.
I bore witness to that.
Yeah, you fucking saw it. I was like, are you fucking shitting me? Yeah, you guys, you see them, they don't see you, what are you doing? And you had your druid and your rogue try to sneak onto the roof because you, Garen, had an idea. I'm gonna put a platform. You guys will be right above them. Maybe get a sneak attack, something like you can surprise. And I was like, okay, we have a plan formulating. I like this. This is kind of fun. Climbs up, no problem. The other one, druid, can't climb. I'm gonna throw my rope down. Oh, okay. Just roll strength checks for both of you, just to make sure.
Whoops.
Whoops. Falls on his ass, gets frustrated, turns into a giant spider that Garen didn't see happen.
Nope.
Everyone else went, what the fuck? He walks up the wall, gets up next to Lilith. Lilith goes, okay, that's something you can do. Let's just go, I guess. What was going through your head when your friend, you didn't know what he was at this point. You didn't know what his capabilities were.
It's just a
This random fish person just turned into a giant spider right in front of you.
What the fuck are you?
I feel
What are you doing?
I feel like that should be some good RP the next morning. Like, we're gonna talk about that.
Oh, you best bet your fucking ass. Garen has so many questions for all of you.
Yeah. So you get up to the roof, you get into position, you look up, see a fucking giant spider in Lilith. It's not attacking Lilith, so you're like, I guess, maybe.
Currently, not the threat.
I'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
Platform.
Platform's out. She's in position. That spider's not attacking her, but it's also just like sitting behind her. That's fucking weird. Cool. I'm going to create a distraction.
Roll initiative.
Yeah.
After that distraction.
Yeah.
Which,
Garen fucking hammer out. Come at me, you fuckers.
yeah.
His
Some
hair
good
at this
combat.
point dancing.
Just a couple main points I want to hit on for the combat, just to kind of speed through it. Giant toad.
Mm-hmm.
4! And I'm just going to lay down here. Those are 3 points that I want to hit from this combat.
Yeah, why don't you start with
I'm just going to lay here. Just lay down. So
Yeah, what about it?
the combat started, you had rolled one of the highest in initiative.
where's my book? My book has
Right.
the initiative
I
order
was gonna
from
say,
that combat.
I wrote down our initiative order just in case.
You had Andreas, the Knoll leader, then 2 of the regular Knolls, and then Lilith.
Yeah. So combat started. Andreas did his turn.
Mm-hmm.
Then all the Knolls started attacking.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one of us like telling you like, hey, you're up next.
Yeah, you're on deck.
And you were like, okay, cool. And then got up from the table.
And I'm like, where are you guys?
So
You're
you went,
literally next.
you went to the bathroom and you had kind of stated what your plan was before then,
Mm-hmm.
but it was still the Knoll's turn.
Mm-hmm.
So you had gone to the bathroom. We were like, okay, cool. She's doing this thing. Who wants to roll for her? And so Savannah rolled for her, or was it Alex?
It was Alex.
It was Alex. And of course, he rolled the fucking chicken die.
That just hates everybody at this point.
Right. Just came up as a nat 1. And so that's
You fall flat on your face.
into the ground,
And
missing entirely, and you are now prone. Then you came out of the bathroom, like almost immediately after your turn was over.
literally, the timing was so inconvenient.
Right. And we had already moved on.
Yeah.
You were upset, understandably, because you rolled while you were in there,
Mhm.
but
Didn't tell
We-
anybody.
we all said while you were getting up, somebody's going to roll for you.
Yeah.
And then somebody rolled for you and rolled a nat 1. And then you from the bathroom said, I rolled a 17. Like moments later.
Yeah.
It wasn't even right after. It's like you heard that you got a nat 1, pulled your phone out and rolled the die.
And then said it. Like, it was, we were already moving on to the next initiative.
Right, the next point in initiative.
I don't know.
But in all honesty, fitting punishment for getting up right as your turn.
I had to go to the bathroom.
Here's what made it
That's
even
what break
funnier.
is for.
Yeah. And we went to break right before this fight.
I didn't have to go then.
That's what every child says.
Okay, hold on.
Anyways, it's fine. We got through it. But what I'm talking about, I'm just going to lay here. We get to the next turn in initiative, and she says, can I just strike from laying down?
Yep.
Doesn't even use half her movement to get up.
Nope.
Just lays there
No,
through the whole turn, and then at the very end stands up.
no,
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I stood up.
No, okay,
beforehand.
so what it was, I'm remembering, was you had said it'll be half your movement to get up. You were like, well, can I just attack from the ground? And you had to specify that the Knoll pack leader is standing up because he had just bitten down into
Andreas.
Andreas, and Andreas is tall,
Mm-hmm.
so it's still like a 6-foot climb to the Knoll pack leader's throat.
Because that's where you wanted to cut.
Yeah.
So, I'm remembering that it was something along the lines of like that was gonna be you getting up, was springing up to the throat.
Yeah.
So you used half of your movement while attacking.
Yes.
But it was just one of those things. She wanted to stay on the fucking ground and slit a throat. I was just like, are you serious?
I thought he was close to me.
To be fair, theater of the mind combat is a lot harder because of that. Everybody has their own image of what's happening.
Which hopefully we get shit
Yeah, I actually
eventually.
I wanted to talk to you about enlisting your help with the 3D printer
Yeah, I don't mind helping.
because I know
I've told you I wanted to help, but I
you were
just
just
had no idea.
hesitant.
Yeah, I was hesitant.
So we can talk later.
Yep. But that covers 1.
Yeah,
2. We have a fucking toad.
that
Our wonderful, wonderful druid jumps down as a spider. I don't even remember how we got there. I really don't. I just know we went from giant spider to giant toad. And that was that. Like, where the fuck was, like, in my memory, where the fuck is the in between? How did we get there? I literally don't remember.
So he climbed down from the tensor's floating, or he climbed down from the roof, got onto the tensor's floating disc, was like, he used his web attack.
Yeah.
He used his web attack, then jumped down getting out of wild shape, ran over, I think he did a couple spells and then wild shaped again as his bonus action on like the end of the turn. Something like that. It was a series of events, and if I'm not mistaken,
Because it wasn't until second round that
it was
wild
2 turns. It was 2 turns that happened. Because it was his last turn before the end of combat.
Because he used Entangled again, I think.
I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
Can't remember specifically. But
Oh, heal someone. He healed somebody.
yeah,
He used Cure Wounds.
that's what it was. Yeah. Then he turned into the giant toad. Then he swallowed a knoll.
He swallowed a fucking knoll because I rolled low on the save, and he just swallowed a knoll.
And I love the idea that like, in Jawa you can say if this is entirely wrong
Yup.
or not. But I love the idea that running through Keely's mind is, I'm a toad. Toads like bugs, like gnats. Gnats they pick up with their tongue. The tongue comes out and like suckers to the knoll and then just swallows him in. Like that's what my brain ran.
My
through.
brain ran through. He just went. Oh.
No, because he did the tongue first. He specified the tongue first.
Yeah, I just love the idea, like ASDF, like, Daddy, look, a bear.
Daddy, look, I drew a bear. On a bear. Home.
Yep, that's what I just pictured was home. But
No.
giant fucking toad. Was the toad for the rest of combat? Even a little bit outside of combat, guards came up and was like, unwild shaped. You're one of those.
Right. 4. It was the other thing you were wanting to touch on.
4, and that I'll let you talk for a little bit there.
So that in all honesty, it was just a real quick decision. Because he was trying to get to the big guy. The big guy seemed to have the most intelligence. If he could get to the big guy, pin the big guy down, maybe drop him below 0, hit him with Spare the Dying, put the hammer on. Like, that was the intention, was to go for the big guy first. Was to put the hammer on top of the big guy's chest and hold him down. Because that guy seemed a little more intelligent. Could probably get more answers out of him. Then the big guy died, and he went, all right, all these other small fuckers are just in my way right now. Pink!
Well, and the two had ran up to you and like basically stopped you from getting any further. And that's where it was like, he's about to die. Get the fuck out of my way.
Yep. That's really all it was just they were in my way.
You rolled some good damage on that one. I think you coined in your gold for that because you're like, I need this to hit.
I need this to hit.
And then you rolled good.
Yep.
And had a +5 to it too. You're like, fuck, I wasted it.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it wasn't much of a waste. I popped that fucking skull out, and in all honesty, he's proud of himself.
By the way, I think I'm going to change the coins a little bit. It's not any roll. It's attack rolls and ability checks. So not damage rolls.
Well, I was thinking it was just any D20 roll.
Yes. Okay, there you go. That's
any
better.
D20 roll. So attack.
Better wording.
Attacks, ability checks, saving throws, skill checks.
Yep. That any D20 roll.
Yeah.
Got it. Anyways. But yeah, combat went through. You guys wind up trying to get some answers from the knoll. Yeah, you saw Jawa's message there. We're gonna have to get Jawa for one of these recaps
At some point.
One of the longer ones for mine. But nah, it was good combat. The guards came up very last little bit, killed the other knoll that you were trying to save, so you upchucked the other one. We already kind of broke down that you could have gotten more information.
But I didn't.
But you didn't. Let's cut to at home.
So,
what was that secret tool I told you to hold on to? I forgot.
I
I told you to hold on to something that I wanted to touch on. I don't know, man. I don't know. But there it goes.
Secret tool that'll help us later. Hold on, I'm gonna try.
But yeah. So Lilith,
Yes.
I'm gonna pull you in while he thinks. You get told by a bunch of guards. For once, they're not after you.
For once.
They're thanking you guys for helping stop this attack and telling you that the rest have retreated. And they're telling you to go home and sleep. Garen tells you to come back to his place. You all can stay together for a night. Like, what's going through Lilith's head? You're following this other tiefling that you've never met before. You're with a group of people, one that you've only known for a couple days, and the rest you just met that day. Literally a few hours ago. Like, what's going through your head?
I'm just thinking, I need to get back. I need to tell them what happened and why it happened and da-da-da-da-da. I hope I don't die because of this. I hope they don't, like, disown me or something.
Hey. Which is all valid,
Yeah.
considering. And like I touched on, you might be getting a message in the morning from a certain someone.
Yeah. That fucking dick.
Yeah.
We were talking about the end of the fight. Garen with his signet ring talking to the guard. It was while she was in the bathroom because I had done the Mickey Mouse voice while she was in the bathroom. She had come back. I did the Mickey Mouse voice again because we had said the same thing about it's a surprise tool that'll help us later. It had to do with
The ring.
the ring, talking to the guards, getting to the end of the combat and everything.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't remember. It has to do a lot with, like, okay, so you're a guild artist and they realized after you dropped Jarld's name who you were, which Jarl actually has a lot more influence in the city
Than I'm aware of.
than you're aware of.
Mhm. Which is something we've talked about.
Yeah. Like, honestly, at this point, Tomei knows who Jarl is.
Mhm.
He just knows.
Yeah.
But, it was one of those things that the guard definitely took note of the entire party, and especially you, with the guild artisan. And touching on that, like, yeah, you're a guild artisan. You're part of the guild that more or less is called on to help rebuild the city.
Mhm.
And I know we had discussed that's like your guild's main thing is we just help rebuild the city when it needs it.
Mhm.
He sees that as, okay, so you do have some political power here. Like, your guild definitely is called on a lot. We'll get information to Jarl. That's what I think I wanted to hit on. He was very specific to Jarl.
Mhm.
If you want any information, you're going to have to get it from your father.
Mhm.
And I think that's what I wanted to kind of touch on, is that little bit of, like, throwing that little out.
Yee. And I figured that would be such the case, as a cunning, clever tiefling would put together. Which is why I specified to drop the information to Jarl if they have anything, that Jarl will let me know or send me y'all's way. Because another reason why I was wanting to do the thing next session that I was telling you about before, because he wants to give the old man his rundown of everything before people come knocking at the door. He wants to catch them for a moment and be like, hey, I barely slept, but I'm here, I want to talk to you, I want to run this down with you. People might come knocking at the door, and I'll leave some of those details for them.
Yeah.
When we have that conversation at the table.
Of course. Of course.
But I put those pieces together that the guards don't think shit of me, so they're probably not going to want to give shit to me. But they think shit of somebody else.
Well,
going to leverage that.
Well, and it's not that they don't give a shit about you. Because
phrasing.
Like I said whenever I was talking to Lilith here, the guards, the three of them that were there, clocked every single one of you.
Yeah.
And thanked you all. It was like, we won't forget this.
Yeah.
It was definitely one of those text bubble pops like, guards will remember this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just,
yeah.
Phrasing was wrong there. We're getting into the semantics of it.
Semantics. But I'm gonna jump.
Yes.
What was Garen's like thoughts and ideals? He's inviting a bunch of random people into his home that he didn't let the old man know of beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Like what is like just full like what's going through Garen's head with all these people in his house? Like, where do you have enough places for everyone to sleep? Where is everybody sleeping? And I was gonna ask Lilith that too. Like, where are you laying down?
Yeah. So.
Because there's only one guest room, and Keely took that room and is sleeping on the floor, not the bed.
I imagined everyone crashed in that room. Everyone crashed in the same room. Because I had specified that, I saw everyone go to sleep, and I camped in the same corner, or in the one corner of the room, to, like, be able to kind of be in the same room as all of them.
Okay. Fair enough.
As far as not telling the old man, he's already thought of how he's going to go about that, which is another reason why he wants to catch him first thing in the morning before he walks into the guest room for any reason and sees a bunch of random strangers. He's going to play they're not the first strays you've taken in, old man.
Oh, trust me, I cannot wait for this RP moment because I love Jarl. Jarl is a character of my creation that I've altered just ever so slightly. And the characteristics are still there. Like the mannerisms, the way he carries himself, the way he speaks, everything like that is the same. The only thing that changed is his class.
Yeah.
That is literally the only thing that's changed about this man.
But he's already got it worked out what he's gonna say to the old man. As far as like inviting all of them into the home, he put it together immediately that Keely is not from around here. Keely probably doesn't have a place to stay. And then Lilith and Alric, because he's so like low key as far as his status in the city goes, he's a little more, I imagine he's a little more familiar with the types of people that Lilith are. Like, he maybe doesn't have any friends that are. He doesn't probably, like, hang out with anyone that is. But he's familiar with their kind of lifestyle to a degree, just from passing conversations and getting to know people throughout the city. So,
and you would have an idea of. She hasn't said anything about being part of a guild or part of anything. You just know that she's been sneaky, and you did see her stealing a bottle or trying to.
Attempting.
And if it comes up, your character does have an idea of her guild.
Okay. But I also know that finding a good place to rest your head at night, yeah, it keeps doing it. Finding a good place to rest your head at night when you're in those kinds of groups is a little harder. Which is why he immediately jumped to, and like Alric was just a package deal, in all honesty.
Oh, that's what I wanted to hit on. Oh my god, I just remembered something.
Yes. But Alric was just a package deal. But he essentially, when he saw all three of them after everything was done and the guard said, go home and sleep, he was like, okay, these people need a safe place to rest their head tonight. It's the least that we can do.
Yeah. I did want to circle back, hit on that, the passing comment made.
Yes.
It's no secret that Alaric is in love with Lilith. Like, head over heels, and nobody knows fucking why. I know. Player knows. It's great. Love it. But is head over heels for Lilith. And made a comment about, like, somebody made a passing comment to Lilith, like, hey, that was pretty cool. Like, something that she did.
It was Garen.
Yeah.
Garen made a comment, and Alaric goes, excuse me?
Yeah, Alaric said, yeah, it was pretty hot, wasn't it?
Like, giving you, like, the side eye, like
that bitch mine.
I will fucking kill you.
Yeah, and I had you roll an insight if you wanted to. I said, if you want to, you can roll an insight on that. And you did, and you rolled decent, and I told you straight up, he's a little defensive about that.
Yeah.
And you chose to just ignore it, which, hey, go for it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You now have a little insight into the character.
Right, and Garen put it together, and Garen's like, cool. Now he knows. Like, in Garen's mind, there was a big old question mark over Keyleth. Or not Keyleth.
Oh,
that's entirely wrong.
That is entirely wrong. This isn't Marissa Ray.
No. I'm gonna work this out real quick. Kaylin and Lilith.
Okay. You combined the names and got a druid from the Ashera.
Right. Lilith had a big old question mark above her head, right? And then, gonna be real honest, don't take this the wrong way. She spoke, and that question mark wavered a little bit. And then eventually Alric had, like, put that out there, and it went just to a big old X. Like, no go. You don't have that option. Not on the board. Off the market. Taken but doesn't know it. Like,
right.
Wait, what?
Like, he put pieces together like, okay, cool. That, not even gonna touch it then. And he's just not gonna say anything unless it comes up in conversation. He's just not gonna say anything.
Yeah.
It's not his place to say anything.
Yeah, no.
Oh, sweetheart, you have yet to learn. Garen's a bit of a flirt.
I love it.
He's a bit of a flirt.
For as low as charisma he has, is a fucking flirt, and I am here for it.
He's a bit of a flirt, but he's an asshole, so, like, it doesn't come across as flirting sometimes.
I mean, hey,
the only person that can pick up on the flirting at this point is Andreas.
And that's because he's now aware of it.
Yep. But yeah, it's been great. But yeah, you all went to bed, and We're going to pick up the next morning, maybe throughout the night with some other players, figure out what's going on. I already have what's happening throughout the city, what guards are doing, what your people are doing, what some of your people are doing. Somebody else in the party might get a message.
Yeah. No.
Who knows? Who knows? Only I do.
Yeah.
I see why it's fun being the DM now.
Yeah. We're getting to a point that we should go
Yeah.
and start closing things out.
Yes.
Yep, we've
I'm-
definitely talked for a minute.
Whenever we're gonna get through the rest of recapping yours, but I realized we didn't allude to shit
Yeah.
for session 50 of the other campaign either.
Yeah.
So,
no. And we didn't do favorites or least favorites either. I was gonna tell you we didn't do that either.
Yeah. But
So switch gears to bat.
so no, let's finish out campaign 0.5 in session 1 because that's where we're at. So alluding to stuff for next session
Yeah.
is where we're at this point.
I'll let you guys go first.
You're gonna wake up probably to the sound of hammers. Or conversation. Depends on how things go. Expect Garen to be a little more friendly than before. Like actually accepting of the strangers around him
Okay.
than before.
Sorry, I forgot we were still in this campaign. and not the other.
Yeah. That's why I was saying let's
Let's stick
keep
here.
let's keep the focus for a second so that we can stay here and then we'll
Yeah.
shift back.
So Lilith, what do you think's gonna be happening this next session? Waking up.
I'm definitely gonna be getting a letter from my people, and
Are you sure it's a letter?
I'm gonna have somebody come to me, not at the house. I don't think they'll come to the house. I think they'll try to get me off to the side in an alley, talk to me. Well, talk to me, probably yell at me.
Scold you.
But yeah. And then go from there. I don't know.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you see Lilith sticking around hanging out with Andreas and Garen?
I don't know, we'll have to see, especially since of the comment of you filthy people or something. I can't remember exactly what
What?
you said, but you I don't know.
At no point did either of those two characters say anything of that sort.
No, he made a comment like the first time he met us. He was like something about you people and how you're kind is something like that. I can't remember.
Are you talking about Keely?
No,
Yeah, no.
It was Keely.
Keely was the one saying,
Somebody told me about
tieflings.
No.
Like I shouldn't be anywhere around tieflings.
No, it was definitely you because it was like the first thing that you said to us. What it was, I can't remember. Either
I
that
could
or I
literally
dreamed
pull
about
it.
You probably dreamed
Yeah,
about
because
it.
I don't. The only person that
Look
I
it up.
remember, the only
Garen?
person I remember saying anything about tieflings is Keely because he just saw two after recently, and this is a little bit of behind the scenes DM stuff. Somebody had told him just be careful of tieflings. Some of them are not the right crowd you want to be with.
Right.
Probably talking.
You know,
about
playing
me.
into a little bit of racism. Unfortunately,
Yeah, because
I hate saying that word, but
there is stereotypes.
stereotypes. Yeah.
Stereotypes exist.
Probably talking about me.
Yeah, but feeding into the stereotypes fed Keely with these, like, basically lies and slander, that all tieflings are just bad news and trouble. You don't want to be near them.
Right.
He got the idea that people with hoods up and, like, that are sketchy, because that's what he saw at the time, were tieflings. So when he came up, and you two weren't with hoods or anything like that, and you guys said what you were, he goes, I was told that you guys are supposed to be, like, evil,
yeah.
raggedy, like this is weird. What is this? And it was like that comment I remember.
Right. There was no comment that Garen made that was meant to be like a jab at anyone other than like maybe a little bit of a out of pocket asshole comment.
Yeah.
But like he's generally a kind of nice dude. Kind of nice. You got to get to know him.
Yeah. But anyways, favorites, least favorites for mine. Ladies first.
God fucking damn it! I'm
We
trying
did-
to find this.
Oh, you're talking about fun points, bad points.
Fun points, bad points.
Yeah, you're saying favorite.
Yeah,
least
I'm
favorite.
sorry.
I'm
Fun
like,
points, bad points. What were some fun points for you, Miss Lilith? Man, this kind of hurts my soul that it takes her this long to think of a fun point.
to be fair, she had a lot of downs. She had a lot of bad rolls and like
Yeah.
bad
Everyone did. Like that.
her especially though, she fucked up her mission. She fucked up the attempt to stealth attack,
Yeah.
which
That wasn't technically on her, but it was on
Right.
her.
Yeah.
right, which I'm now realizing if they didn't see her, that would have given her sneak attack.
Yep.
Which would have been an advantage. So technically, we should have taken your roll from the bathroom because that was the second roll.
Technically, yeah. No.
But it's already done and over with.
Yeah. Can't change the past.
But no, so that happened, and then after that, I mean, you were just shut down after that.
Yeah.
Everything
I
you
gave
tried
up.
to do, because I'm like, you could do this, like you could try this, you do have this. No, just nothing would work.
Yeah, I gave up.
Yeah.
I really did give up.
What about
after a while.
getting to experiment with the voice?
Like there has to be some fun point.
Yeah, I got to talk in a southern accent. That was fun.
I love the idea that Lilith is just a younger Dolly Parton tiefling.
Oh my god, I love it.
Lilith is just a younger Dolly Parton if she was a tiefling.
And was a rogue.
Oh no! If Dolly Parton was a tiefling and existed in a fantasy world, she would
Bard.
1000%. No, she would be a rogue. 1000%.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah.
But she'd be a very sexy rogue.
Anyways.
She wouldn't get a boob job.
Yeah.
She wouldn't
Or
get
a lip
boob
job.
Or a lip job.
Zach. Fun points.
Fun points.
Bad point.
Finally getting to play.
Yeah, you get to finally play after what, 2 years?
It's been 3 weeks since you looked at me. No, dude. Oh, that would be sick.
That would be. We got in chat for anyone on Spotify.
Yeah.
Arcane Rogue with Thaumaturgy.
Yeah. Anyways, no, I'm super excited because I'm playing two of my favorite classes in the same character. I'm excited to see how you spin narrative tales with that. Because I know you and I have talked about level progression and things like that with how I want to build the character.
Yeah, it's just.
But getting narrative things down for it is the harder part.
It's so hard. Narrative's so hard.
It
Like,
is.
I can do session by session, but long run shit. Oh my god.
Imagine being an actual author.
No, right? Oh.
And you don't have other people helping you make the story.
Yeah, no.
It's just you.
Oh yeah, no. I've always, ever since I was little, given huge props to authors, but that's a side point.
Anyways, yeah, no, I mean it was fun to play again. Bad points. I've explained to you my criticism. It's mostly just there was things that you felt like you railroaded it.
I really did. I felt like I was not doing as good as I should have.
But where you felt like you railroaded it are some of where my criticisms lie. In my perspective. Like with the tavern owner not being able to haggle with him.
I just
Yeah.
didn't see an opportunity for haggling. You just told him I can get this cheaper somewhere else. Okay, that's just information that he knows.
Right, and I could have gone about it a little different, but there was more than just that. That was an attempt to haggle. My brain is fried right now. I've tried to recall so many different
much.
points of time.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, man.
It's all right. My brain is bleh right now,
Bleh.
but I really enjoyed it overall. It was fantastic. You did a hell of a job for your first session on a full-fledged like narrative tale. You did a damn good job. I won't even bother comparing this to the first time you like sat down and DM'd with the one shot.
Yeah, because that
'Cause,
was
like-
a co-DM where you took a lot of the reins because you were more experienced with it.
It was miles better. Like you went from Topeka to Wichita as far as like how much experience you've gained distance wise. Like you traveled a fat minute. You went miles. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the next one because there's
I found it. You said it's a. Hold on.
She found
Something-
it but forgot it in 2 seconds.
Yes, color. You said something about colorful people.
my heels.
You're super tall.
Stop tapping it twice every time. Don't get offended. We're the same. Little colorful people, isn't it? Yeah,
Back a little more. You can't just get the comment. You have to have context.
What kind of book did you get? Oh, well, this book. It seems like really nice. I think my friend.
it's a day full of colorful people, isn't it?
Oh, what do you mean color?
That's not like a bad
That's
comment.
not a jab at anyone.
No,
It-
that was just
okay.
an open. We're
It-
colorful people.
It's just the way
Oh,
that you said
Zach
it.
immediately went, hold the fuck up.
It was the way you said it.
Even
My
that-
character was just strolling about his day in his city. Not a lot of colorful people in his city. It's mostly
Humans and elves.
humans and elves with like a little bit of weirder ones mixed in.
Couple half orcs.
I turn a street corner and suddenly there's a fish person, a blue fish person,
Mm-hmm.
blue green, I can't remember
Yeah.
exactly.
Sea color.
Right. There's a halfling wearing furs covered in brown and a blue tiefling wearing all black with white hair or silver hair all just showed up right next to me when I was just surrounded by normal humanoid people, like average humanoid people in my city. So yes, my character made a comment. It's just a day full of colorful people, isn't it? Because he was just walked up on by people who were multicolored.
Well, and we have in chat Alex here saying that yes, Garen is a racist to color, and someone else is racist to tiefling. I agree with Danny. Jawa then speaks up, not racist, just given false info, which is accurate. He was just given false information. He is not racist because even he was like, I don't know too much about that.
Right. If he was racist, he would have at least known what he was racist about.
Yeah,
Looking
right?
them dead in the face.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Danny. I agree. I have it in my notes. Garen's not racist at all. In fact, quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite.
He has no place to be racist.
Nobody's seen his father yet, so that'll immediately change a lot.
Right, but he has no place to be racist. He's a tiefling being raised by a dwarf.
Oh.
Yeah, his father is a dwarf. Mountain dwarf, at that.
Like, he has no place to judge anybody by who they are, like, by appearances.
I mean, to be
Y'all
fair,
will
we
get-
are the same.
Yeah.
Darnold would beat his ass if he ever caught Garen being that way.
He'd beat his own ass. He'd flog himself. That's just not in his. That's not in his nature.
No.
He is very.
Garen's a good guy.
He is very much. Judgment is saved for those who commit.
Yep.
If you haven't committed anything, then you have no judgment against you in his eyes.
Yeah.
His only judgment to you now is you have committed to trying to steal something. You steal. That's his judgment. You are a thief.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't necessarily have a problem with that. But that's the only judgment Garen holds for you. That, and you sound like you come from the Mornset countryside, which is much further south on the other side of the continent from us. And they all sound like that, so his thought immediately is like, oh, we just have a redneck with us. Like, to him, you're kind of redneck. You're from the You're from the boonies. I mean, that's what he's put together. That's probably not right at all, but that's what he's put together.
Well, and you know the player.
I know above table.
Yeah, above table. Yeah. But you're talking about Garen. But
yeah, Garen, he thinks you're from the boonies. He thinks you're from the countryside. He thinks that you grew up on a farm and probably, like, know how to grow corn and take care of pigs.
anyways, moving on.
Moving on.
If you want Garen's full judgment of your character, there it is.
Anyways, fun points. I have to hit on it for probably the sake of Sav. The fucking teleportation wild magic, just perfect timing, perfect roll. Like, it just, the fact that played out the way it did.
That was great.
I love it. You still have your action too.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. I'm gonna hit him. Okay. Oh, but that was great. And then bad points, obviously, the confusion with rage and the magic and times and that
There's a lot of DM hiccups.
which will be better
And
next time.
player
Yeah.
hiccups.
And player hiccups. Like, there was a lot of hiccups. It was a very bumpy road, but hey, we fucking got there.
We got there at the end,
I
and
almost died.
you had 4 hit points left, and I was like, I scaled these guys down. But yeah, because that fight should have taken longer. The pack leader was supposed to have like 45 hit points. When you guys started fighting him, he had 20. I scaled him way down.
Yeah, you did.
I nerfed the fuck out of him. But anyways, eluding. Real quick.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, you guys eluded. I
Yeah.
didn't. You're gonna definitely get conversations from your people. Both of you. You guys are both gonna get conversations from your people. There'll definitely be a lot of RP with Jarl, and then hopefully a lot of RP between the players as to what do we do now. I can see the party trying to find a job, or maybe, possibly, depending on where you guys go, a job being presented to you without you even having to find it.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends. It all just depends on story and what happens. I've already got plenty of ideas. There's literally 5. You've talked about this before. I have 5 things that can happen depending on which way you walk. If you walk left, guess what? You get 2 options.
You walk right.
You get 1.
You walk up. There's 17 different options there, but I'm only going to let you choose between 3.
Exactly.
And if you walk down...
Good luck.
I warned you.
Exactly. But yeah, I wish this could be every week. I really do.
Right.
I really fucking do. But sadly, As of right now, it is every other.
Yes. But that is session 1, if you want to.
Recapped.
Yeah.
Campaign point 5, session 1.
Yeah. So, as far as alluding to session 50, the other campaign, what can people at home expect to see out of you guys?
Us not dying.
Hopefully. Tomei is definitely going to be using sending almost every other night. If not every night, just, hey, checking in. Seeing what's up. Another week's passed. Anyways, working on his spell. Hopefully, if I can get it done in a timely manner, get a chance to use it. Just cause I think it'd be cool.
Right.
I like the idea. I thought of that driving once. But yeah, definitely working on his spell, more sending, more RP with our wonderful book. Book club. We got a little mini book club because now Aurora's reading it too.
Right. And you presented the option to Arechi. You have the book on you.
Oh, do it.
Yeah, the book was given to Arechi because he said maybe I'll read it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Never got the chance because he was too busy setting up the dome
Yeah.
with
So
me.
Yeah.
You have the book.
Okay, I'll just read it.
What is there anything that we can expect from Kaylin other than not dying? Can we expect her to maybe, I don't know, talk to people more?
Instead of just letting us talk to each other.
We'll see what happens if I get ran over or not.
That's fair.
Yeah.
7 people at the table. It's hard to squeeze your way in when everyone wants a chance.
I keep saying you manage 8 because of Arechi.
Yeah. Well, I count Arechi, Peaches, Sayuel, Shadow, Benny, Bandit, Hooter, Icarus, even though he's no longer with us, Miska, and literally anything else that you fuckers summon as one other player at the
and I could summon about 3 other things.
Yeah.
I have the ability and the
I gave
means.
you a spell.
You gave me 3 of them.
I gave you spells to summon more shit.
I can summon a demon, summon a beast, and summon a fae.
And you have a spell scroll for summon aberration.
I already put that one in.
Oh. Well, then you get that as well.
Yeah, I could summon a lot of shit.
Yeah.
All at once. Fight me now, bitch!
I'm
Good
gonna
luck.
allude to some stuff.
Okay, go for it, DM.
I could see next session you all encountering more denizens of the Feywild, unraveling more mysteries as to Arechi's history, finding more things about yourselves, and possibly drugs.
Drugs?
Drugs.
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 No, I'm good, thank you. Drugs.
Drugs? No, I'm good, thank you. Drugs? I'm good, thank you. Drugs. I can you please leave it? Drugs. Listen, I don't want any drugs.
Aurora's the one saying drugs to an archfey.
Right.
Archfey, I partake later.
I said no and like silences. Just pulls all the drugs out.
No, pulls out sickle.
Pulls out
drugs.
No.
Immediately we all stop.
No, not right now. Not right now. We gotta stay alive right now.
Just smokes herself. Just
silent smoking because silence.
yeah.
You hear the burning of the herb itself, but
That's it.
no breath from her.
Oh my god, that'll be great. I hope so.
No, I'm excited because I alluded to it. I alluded to it at the end of the session. Might only need a couple more days travel.
Hopefully, fuck. I'm kind of tired of traveling now.
Me too.
I love the RP that we've had, and I love that we've been given the opportunity to RP more, and it just kind of, while you're traveling, this is the conversations going on.
Y'all want an idea of how much distance y'all traveled?
How?
If the Feywild is a parallel of the material plane, you have traveled from where the Maiar Grove is to the tip next to Tal'dorei.
Nice. We just been walking.
Yeah.
We should be walking.
Distance is
doesn't add
fucking weird there.
Yeah, that doesn't add up. I just realized that. It took me a second to get there, but then I went, wait a minute.
You have something that is actively guiding y'all that way.
Yeet.
So be thankful for that.
Of course.
Because had he not been able to establish any sort of connection or been able to figure anything out, y'all would have to figure out where y'all going on your own. And the Glass Sea is the Lucidian Ocean. So y'all could have tried to fly across. Who knows how long it would have taken y'all to get to what would be Tal'dorei's coast.
Yeah.
Somewhere around possibly like Stilben or something. I have like essentially an outlined map of the Feywild with 0 distance markers. Like there's no way to gauge distance. Because the way that I have discovered, at least through my learning of how to run the Feywild, is it's up to y'all where y'all go. I can't push y'all in a specific direction.
Mhm.
I have with the Retchie, because it's technically y'all. But there are so many locations that y'all could go to. Like, had y'all gone south, or sorry, Tangleward instead of Seaward, y'all probably could have ended up near a peninsula of nothing but volcanoes and fire.
That's the last thing we need.
Had y'all traveled Nightward instead of Duskward, y'all could have ended up in the territory of the Winter Court. Had y'all traveled even further than that, y'all would have ended up in Unseelie territory. Like, the whole world is laid out. It's just a matter of which direction y'all go.
Mm-hmm.
And none of y'all, to any degree, have thought to try to put together some form of map.
Tommy tried to.
Tried to. His
and failed. It was a low roll.
Yeah, his was more just trying to get his bearings. But, like, somebody who has a favored terrain of forests could probably try and map out the forest that she's in. But no, I expect a lot more RP at the next session. And I am hopeful that more story will come through.
I want to level up so bad. I'm tired of level 10.
You're getting there. You are getting there. I know, it's a drag. It's so
level 10 has
long.
gone for so long.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a fat fucking minute.
To be fair, y'all haven't really...
Tomei came into the party at level 10, if I'm not mistaken.
But y'all haven't really milestoned anything since getting Arechi his power.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last level up. Y'all haven't hit any
We stopped
other
you, no
milestones. Y'all did a little side quest.
Yeah, that's enough for some XP.
This is the next XP base.
Hey, I did a side quest and got like 3 levels once in a game.
Go play with that DM.
It was Hogwarts, man.
Y'all are getting in the direction you need to for another level up.
Okay.
You just gotta keep pushing. Patience.
Let's go.
I want level 13.
The-
I want to be level 13.
100% real possibility, y'all could leave the Feywild as level 12.
I want to.
As long as the dice roll right and y'all play your cards right, y'all could leave the Feywild at level 12.
Because then that puts me just one more closer to 7 spells.
Just keep in mind, whatever level y'all are determines what's happening.
Yay. Yay. I just want 7th level spell slot. I just want the one. The one I get at 13. I just want the one. That's all I want. I just want to narratively talk about it.
Right. But I think that's both sessions
Yep.
wrapped.
Yay. In a nice little box with a pretty bow.
Yee. Why don't we go ahead and just reintroduce ourselves so we can close this out?
And go to bed.
Yeah, we'll start with our guest.
First time
First,
getting a full one.
first time getting a full recap in.
And you got to do both.
Yes, I did.
Next week it'll be back to normal. We won't be recapping mine next week.
Yeah, because we don't have your session next week.
Yes. And I'll still be here. Probably.
Hopefully.
Likely.
Side quest on side quest on side quest.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't ask chat if they had any questions. You guys can ask us here real quick as we're recapping who we
Right.
are.
If you have any questions, throw them in chat real quick.
Yeah.
We'll get to them, but we are closing out here.
Yeah.
So introduce yourself. Tell everybody who you are, who you play in both.
My name's Danny. I play Kaylin and Lilith. Or according to him, Keyleth.
Yeah, you're now Marisha Ray.
I am Marisha Ray.
To be fair, I was trying to figure out who the Marisha Ray of our party was.
Well, now you've determined it just by fucking it up.
Yep.
Yep.
You've determined by fucking it up. And it kind of makes sense.
Yep.
Our forever DM and his significant other.
Is there anywhere you want people to find you, or are you on any platforms?
I don't have anything.
Okay.
I did just
Not yet. No.
Not
Just
yet.
fleeting hope. Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. But why don't you introduce yourself, buddy?
Hi, I'm Gavin. I play Tomeata at Campaign 1 and am the forever DM of .5.
Campaign point 5.
Campaign .5, just the DM of that. Forever DM of just that one. Probably won't do another one. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Anyways, you can find me here every Sunday and Wednesday and every other Saturday. And you can also find me over at twitch.tv/whitehawk_10. I do a lot of variety content over there. And Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all the fun places. Just look up Whitehawk10 and you'll find it.
Generally. Hi, I'm Zach, the DM for Campaign 1, or Exandria Campaign 1. And I play Garen Tinker, and I Garen Tinker you won't forget. It's gonna be every time. Every fucking time.
I love it. I hope so. If you don't, I'm making you take a D4 of damage if you don't do it.
You know what? That's fair.
God damn
Okay,
it.
hold on.
I have a witness
hold on.
in front.
Hold on. I have to add something to this,
The
because
stipulation,
Yes.
of course, obviously.
outside of moments where it is unnecessary entirely, like,
Man with blade to your neck.
right, I'm not gonna fucking, I'm Garen Tinker, and yeah, Garen Tinker, you won't forget it. No, I'm Garen. Sorry, what can I do for you?
Hey!
Alright. But you can find me on the internet in places. If you do, congratulations, you found me on the internet in places.
You get a prize if you find him.
Yeah, it's called You Found Me. Congratulations.
You get bragging
Oh,
rights.
I have a quick announcement
Yeah,
before
you
we're all
get
done.
bragging rights. I don't post on fucking social media, man.
I got one quick announcement before we go fully. For anyone that heard me during Saturday's session, we're going to be having a giveaway hosted by me. I'm going to be doing and running this giveaway for the month of March. Haven't figured out how you can enter yet because there's a lot of ways and a lot of different ways, but just know that it is going to be a D&D starter kit, 2 sets of dice, and a pack of spell cards.
I want it.
Unfortunately, you can't.
It is more or less a D&D gift basket. that we are doing it. There might be some other special items in there, maybe a special handwritten letter from the players themselves. Still working out details. I still have a few more days before March hits, but March 1st, you will have all the details. It'll be going out on the Fleeting Hope Twitter as well as my Twitter. I'll be announcing it on the D&D streams as well as my own stream. So just be on the lookout for that giveaway going through the month of March. Yes, Danny?
I was gonna say you can do it to where it's the characters and not the players.
Kind of the idea I was going with.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried.
Can I share it also? Of course you can.
Of course, buddy.
Of course, you are now an honorary member of Fleeting Hope.
Not even honorary, you're just a member.
You're just a member.
Woo.
You are a member of Fleeting Hope now, buddy. So
Speaking
yes.
of Fleeting Hope, you can find more Fleeting Hope content here on Twitch Wednesdays, where we do our recaps. Every other Saturday, we'll be back on March 5th with EXC.5.
4th.
March 4th, sorry. The 5th is that Sunday.
Yeah. You were almost there. You were one off.
Almost. And then you can catch us here every Sunday at 8 p.m. for that, 10 p.m. for every other Saturday, and 6 p.m. generally. These are all general times. Don't fight. Don't add us. Anyways, general times, 6 p.m. Wednesdays. Well,
There's about a 20-minute buffer.
Yeah, give us time. We have lives still too.
Our job.
Eventually this will be our lives.
Right.
So we will start at those times specifically. But
You guys
until
can help
then,
us achieve that dream.
check out the PayPal and things to get me wish list.
Yes. You can find more of us on Spotify, where our recaps and campaign 1 sessions are uploaded. You can find us on YouTube, where recaps, campaign 1 sessions, and campaign 0.5 sessions will be uploaded. You can find us on Twitter, where you can get notified when we're going live if you don't already have those Twitch notifications on. You can find us on TikTok for some like behind the scenes stuff.
And some hilarious things that go on.
Yeah.
Oh my god, all the funnies.
We recently had our new DM doing a dice roll before Sunday session.
It's
that
above
was-
average.
It's above average. That was fun. Check here soon for how this DM rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's just about it of where to find us.
If you have Amazon, there's a free Prime sub that you have.
Use that Prime sub.
Use that Prime sub for your wonderful and favorite D&D group ever, because we're the favorite, obviously.
Support us. Give us your bones.
Give us your bones.
With the bones in chat.
Yep. Give us your bones.
Give us your bones.
We will use them as fertilizer.
Yes.
Actually. Thank you all for being here. That's it. That's it, dog.
That's
the
it.
end of it. I haven't been paying attention to the thing behind you this entire time.
Yeah, no, we kind of went off the rails, especially because of my recap.
Right.
So every other Wednesday, we'll have longer 4-hour sessions to break down mine as well. And
2.5 to 4 hour.
2.5 to 4. Yeah.
Depending on how much shit happens in these sessions.
Yeah, right. Mine was just fun because it was the first one.
Right.
They'll get more structured as time goes on.
Right. But thank you guys all for being here with us. We love you. Stay happy. Stay hydrated. Don't forget to smile. We love you, and we'll see you in the next one.
This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Whoa.